Salutations, everyone. It's hard mode time. I am not afraid, actually. I've been doing the VR missions as a way to practice, and honestly, the VR missions are so hard, I think I'll be completely fine for hard mode in this game. Let's see how fast we can beat it. You know, we'll go for a speed run. Well, not strictly a speed run, but we'll try and do it as fast as we can. I think we can finish the entire game today if I skip everything that's not necessary. All the cutscenes, basically. So here we go. Narrating new game, we're setting in progress. Oh, wait, really? You lose all the customizations as well? Huh. Time for Dream to edit rip? Yep. So, I lose every single customization. Should I do this for my hard mode run, or should I not do that? Your VR mission and collection data will remain. What do you guys think? Should I do this or not? Should I, you know, do hard mode through chapter select or here? Never did hard mode, your call? I do not want to lose my progress, but at the same time, I suppose I would start with an unfair advantage, right? Well, I guess I'll have to collect everything again, you know, all the boosts and all that. I think I'll go like this, from chapter select. It should be the same thing. Yeah, we'll just go from chapter select. I don't want to collect everything again. Right, so we skip the cutscenes. This is a pure gameplay stream. Alright. Let's see what hard mode has to offer. Actually, my HP is the exact same. I think it's because I don't have the usual cybernetics. This is weaker Raiden. Oh, alright. Don't forget to parry. Always takes me a while.
Where are you going? Stay on your target.
Oh, there's more enemies.
The limo is in trouble. Get back there, ASAP.
Alright.
I'll add the limo to your solid down radar.
That said, I cannot select very hard on the chapter select mode, so most likely for very hard we're gonna have to start a new one. Likely. Oh well. Alright. Alright, we don't have the thingy yet. I cannot rely on blade mode. That's a shame. Usually you can kill these guys immediately with blade mode, but because you don't have the cybernetics, the enhanced cybernetics, you really can't. This is Baby Raiden. But isn't there a Shuri beginner's guide? I do not know. Again, the deal with beginner's guides for Hololive members is because I'm so comfortable with Hololive, I could probably do every single member. So I tend to tell people that most likely at some point I would do one of every Hololive member. At least that's the goal. Well, not really. It's more of a direction that I want to follow more than a strict goal. Because I tend to not make any promises, because the moment I make a promise, I tend to burn out really quickly. So I don't make promises to make sure I never burn out. So I can't really say when I'm gonna make a beginner's guide on any Hololive member, because I could do it at any point. Outside of Hololive, it's not so simple, because outside of Hololive there are, you know, VTubers that I know more about than others, and VTubers that I like more than others, so it's not a problem. It's not really something I can say for sure that I will do. But inside Hololive, I can at least tell people that, yeah, I'll probably get around to it, maybe, at some point. Possibly, maybe. So I can't say that, especially because every single video oh shit, this is really loud. Every single video that I make, I tend to receive a lot of requests as well. I don't usually take requests, right? I prefer to go with what I feel in a moment. But that said, I tend to acknowledge people whenever they make requests, because I think that's cool. It means people are interested in the series, right? It also allows me to see what people are interested in. But that said, I always go for what I feel in the moment. Right now, I've decided that I'm gonna alternate between Hololive members and non-Hololive members. So, since I did Kyla last time, the next VTuber is not gonna be from Hololive, and then after that, there's gonna be another one from Hololive. Holian, actually, is what I'm thinking for the next Hololive member. I think at least we have an update. Not my soul. It's not my soul. The next VTuber I'm gonna make a video about is gonna be Pipkin Pippa. And I was thinking of Kiara next, after that, since I've been wanting to do a video on Kiara for so long. I mean, she's the EN member that I watch the most in terms of actual streams, right? Probably one of my most watched VTubers ever, and I haven't made a video about her yet. There's a lot of favorites that I haven't made videos about yet. I haven't made a video about Watame, I haven't made a video about Hachama, I've been wanting to make a video on Sora for a long time as well. It's complicated. So much to do, so little time. But you know, as long as I keep with this casual approach to the videos, I think I'll probably keep this series going for a long time. Which is what I want to do, because the series is about me talking about YouTubers that I like. Which I guess in Hololive would mean everyone. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, my team. Welcome to hard mode. Although I did not reset my upgrades. I wanna see if we unlock very hard mode after this. If not, we might have to actually reset everything that way. Take your time, man, but not too much time. Well, the Kyla guide took a long time because of university. I just couldn't really focus on the video with so much to do for university. That's why I wanna make sure I use the time that I have of my summer holidays to work on as many videos as possible. But I'm still in classes right now, so I can't really focus on it right now. One more month and then I'll be able to go back doing stuff full time, I suppose. More or less full time. There's a bunch of things I'm also working on the side. Alright, let's go here. Give me your boot. Alright. Alright. But yeah, as of late I've been actually feeling very motivated to work on more videos. I think all that time that I spent in uni, in these last 2 semesters, have made me so motivated to work on stuff. Wait, you're in uni? Damn, I thought it already graduated. Oh no. I was in a different course last time, but I never finished that course. And I changed it to the course that I actually wanted to do from the beginning. Since I previously wasn't able to join this course, but now I am. So no, I'm far from graduated. This was just the beginning. Once we get to September, I'll probably be very absent again. Wait, I should probably aim for the other foot. Come on! Isn't playing with all upgrades negates hard mode? Does it? I mean, I can reset the upgrades if you think that's the case. Join Nishisanchi and you'll graduate much faster. Yeah. But without a degree, unfortunately. Except I get a potential lawsuit. Yay! Alright, you're out. Well, from what I think, the first chapter in this game does not use any upgrades regardless. You know, my 43-year-old ass still love Hololive. I mean, Hololive is great. Nothing wrong with loving Hololive.
Very good. But do not rest
Hololive
yet, huh?
is the agency that I'm most into, and it's the agency I know best. It's the agency that I always come back to every time. I like to watch multiple VTubers from different agencies and all that, but Hololive is that, you know, comfort home that I can always get back to and enjoy. Even though I watch many other VTubers from other companies as well. Recently I've been getting a lot in Wispo. I'm probably gonna make a Wispo video at some point. Not anytime soon because I have others that I've decided first. I want to do Pippa next, and then after Pippa probably Kiara, because, you know, I feel it's weird how I haven't done one on Kiara yet. Probably, but we'll see. Like I said, I always follow my heart. And my desires can sometimes change on a whim. You have a degree of trauma. And I also wanna make a video about the boys at some point. You know, before the whole drama happened with Nijisanji, I was actually gonna make a video about Folger or Vox, but now I feel like I don't wanna make a video on Nijisanji Ian. Not until like things get good, and if they never get good, well, I suppose there's never gonna be a video about Nijisanji Ian. Nijisanji GP though is a different thing entirely, because well, Nijisanji GP aren't the ones that are supposed to, you know, they're not involved with any bullying allegations or whatever, so I feel much more comfortable doing videos about the JP branch than I do about the EN branch now. That said, the majority of the VTubers from Nijisanji EN that I wanted to make a video, I've already made a video about. I mean, there were a few ones that I wasn't able to do, like Pomo. I really wanted to make one about Pomo, but, you know, she graduated before I could make a video about her. Oh shit, I'm almost dead actually. Yeah. It's a shame. Any plans for Hollow Stars? So that's where I want my first male VTuber to come from. My favorite Hollow Stars member is Astel Leda, so he's probably gonna be the first one that I make a video about. I really like Astel a lot. Astel, you see, he collabs a lot with all kinds of VTubers. See, there's a thing, a concept that I really like, which is VTuber unity. I really like when VTubers from different companies become friends or collab or do stuff together, right? And I feel like there is a certain side of the JP community that is very much into that idea of unity, right? Especially the VTubers that play FPS together and do all these tournaments together. Or, you know, right now you have VCR Rust going on, right? Many of these VTubers are the type of VTubers that tend to do stuff together a lot regardless of agency they're from. And I really enjoy that. I really enjoy this whole thing of VTuber unity. And when I look at Astel, I feel like Astel is one of the Hollow Stars boys that best represents this whole concept of unity, because he collabs with so many different VTubers from all kinds of agencies, right? Frequently, he gets along with people. He's a really good communicator. A really good communicator who can, you know, he's very charming and charismatic, basically. Get Lapis killed Selene in Apex. Alright, come on, wait. Why am I not attacking? There we go. The world's most tough rooftop in the world, yep. Oh yeah, I forgot, there is actually a dodge button, but I don't think I have it right now. No, I don't have it right now. I think I'm supposed to do something, but I'm not exactly sure. Alright, here it comes. But yeah, I really like the concept of VTuber unity, and I think the JP community does a very good job of going with that concept, because I feel like the JP community is far more united than the EN community, in my opinion. You know, you just see far more collabs, and just overall people getting to know each other in the JP community. Hell, sometimes you have EN VTubers that go into the JP community to do that, right? Look at RPR. You know, RPR, you know, became a VTuber fan, became a Toa fan, learned Japanese in a single year, and now he is pretty much constantly collabing with JP VTubers all the time. He may as well be considered a part of the JP community. It's awesome to see. Even as a family now, a VTuber family. I'm not talking about Lam. I'm talking about literally his father dynamic with other VTubers. Oh, not just VTubers in fact. So the joke is that RPR has 3 children. 3 children. One of them is Yuseto Kohaku from V. the agency, the Sony agency V. The other one is Ditto. She's a Thai VTuber who's affiliated with Rejects. And then the third child is Kamito. Kamito is an independent VTuber, usually very associated with Tachibana Hinano from Bispo, because they have like this whole ship going on with them. They're very good friends, I'd say. How does RPR be that if you never get played? I don't know, adoption? In fact, VT has some bait with Fomoko where people are complaining that the twins are collabing non-stop with JP Holos and focusing on the JP audience instead of Yen. Are they though? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like if they want to collab with more JP, you know, because they get along better with them, there's no problem with that. I mean, Fuamoko definitely has a feeling that's more original to like traditional VTubing. So there, you know, could also be the differences in content. But I don't know, I don't feel that. I don't feel that much. I think this is just a nothing burger. Looking at patterns, you know, just because there might be patterns doesn't mean they actually mean anything. And I feel like VT tends to look very deep into things that don't need to be looked into. Because it doesn't really matter, let's be honest.
He's headed for the front of the train. After him.
But let's see, so but RPR is not just a child, I think he also has a grandchild now. See, Nazuna, Kaga Nazuna from Wispo is considered the daughter of Kamito and Hinano. So she is by extension the grandchild of RPR.
Prime Minister.
And then RPR has parents. Kanai and Mondo are his parents. I think he also had a cousin or something like that. I subscribe to the conspiracy theory that Fuamoko created in the lab to be unique in human VTuber pair. I think they're just very passionate about their job. They very much are very passionate about their job. They like doing what they do.
Now, don't be shy.
Alright. Haha, I am a much better player now. I can kick your ass like I did before. Haha.
Self-taught. And not half bad.
Thankfully for Pomoko joining Hololive. Like, there are a lot of VTubers that might be part of a gen, but they don't collab that much with their own gen, you know? It just happens. Sometimes you gravitate towards people that are, you know, not from your gen, because you get along with them better, or you have more in common with them. That doesn't mean you hate them or anything, it just means that, you know, you have a different vibe, I suppose. Not every generation can be super united, you know? Not every generation has, like, members that mesh with each other that well.
You deny your weapon its purpose.
I'd say that Holo Advent overall, you know, they're a nice group, but I'd say all of them gravitate towards other people rather than their own gen.
It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Like, Gen Zero almost never collab with each other. Well, with Gen Zero it's a bit different because...
tool of justice.
Because Gen Zero are all made of solo debutants, right? Every single member of Gen Zero debuted solo, right? So they don't have that unity. They were not like a planned gen together. You know, Sora was the first member in Hololive. Roboko was scouted later after that. Miko and Suisei joined far later after there already were gens. And Aski is the most recent one to join because she was part of Inonaka for so long.
To a sword fight.
I do wish Coyote would do more collabs. Me too. I really like when Coyote, especially this collabs with Pekora. I like Pekoyo a lot. Okay, this is done. First stage. But then again, if I start a new game right now, I'm gonna have to play the first chapter all over again. Oh, it continues. Does it? Well, that would be nice.
Right.
Yeah, it continues.
You'll
Never mind. I
have
don't
to
have to stop
First,
anything.
head inland. The waypoint is marked on your
Don't worry.
radar.
We'll be doing
Contact
very
us
hard
on
mode, and I
Kodak.
think I'm gonna be forced to start anew, so it's okay. We're just speedrunning today. Though honestly, I don't think it will make much of a difference. But, for example, hell, you even have VTubers that collab more outside their own company than they do with,
But it won't do
you
any
know,
good against a state-of-the-art
with their
fighter
own
like
company.
you, eh? To bury incoming hits, throw out your own barrage of attacks
In
and
Hololive,
you're always on
I
the offensive.
don't have anyone in mind for that. I mean, though certainly there are VTubers in Hololive that also collab a lot outside. Hell, Astel, again, Astel collabs a lot with VTubers outside of Holostars. You know? And don't get me wrong, Astel is very loyal towards Holostars. He loves Holostars. He's talked about it a lot of times how he wants, you know, to make Holostars more popular because he really likes Holostars, right? But he collabs a lot with, you know, outside of Holostars. Like, a lot. Yeah, Matsuri is the same thing. Matsuri also collabs a lot outside of Holostar, of Hololive. Back when the Komori Met was part of Nanashinko, even back then she collabed far more with Wispo than Nanashinko. That's why when she asked to be transferred into Wispo, I think everyone was like cool with that. And now that she's in Wispo, it's like nothing has changed because she was already considered a Wispo member.
Also on site, Mistral, a desperado captain.
So I go through the city, cross the bridge into the old town, then head down to the rear.
Oh right, I can skip this dialogue. Never mind. Okay, that's nice. So yeah, it just happened. You know, some VTubers vibe with certain groups more than others, and there's nothing wrong with that. If Fuamoko vibes better with JP, that's fine. That's, you know, that's just what they vibe with. I mean, you know, they certainly feel more like JP members anyways, right? So it's no surprise that they definitely vibe more with them and are able to feel more at home with them. Alright. And there doesn't need to be any like bad blood or maliciousness involved in that. Alright.
Hostiles in the lower
There's
corridor,
something
I
over
see.
there.
Try to...
Yes, I'll go there, but first I'll get this. These are all health stuff. Alright, you die now. And give me that. That's also a bit of a risk whenever you make generations and you try to make every single member of the generation part of this like close-knit group. If they're not actually that close, it could go against the lore a little bit. It's a bit of a risk you take. In a way, I'd say that Holo Council, or right now Holo Promise, have done a good job being like a close-knit group. Though without Sana, unfortunately. Since Sana had like other ambitions, other things she wanted to do. She wanted to focus on her illustrated career more than her streaming career. And also, she already forced herself to stream a lot because she has back problems, right? And she couldn't stand on a chair for too long. And she has to also be sitting to draw, so she basically had to choose drawing or streaming. And she chose illustrating. She's doing really well for herself, by the way. What up, gang? Hey, hello. How you doing? We're doing hard mode today. Oh shit. You blew me up? Alright. You're gonna pay for that, buddy. Shit. So yeah, in conclusion, I feel like sometimes 4chan looks too deep into things that don't really matter. Don't worry about Fuamoko collabing more with JP than Ien. That's just how things are. It doesn't mean anything, necessarily. If you think about it, I'd say the JP community is far more used to collabs outside their own groups than Ien is, for example, you know? I feel like, again, it's the thing I said about Sana doing good AF nowadays. Oh yeah, she is. She very much is.
He's scared to death, Ryder. Let him know he is safe.
She very much is. But it's what I said about, for example, the JP community being more united than the EN community, I feel. Due to the amount of collabs people do outside their groups and outside their own agencies, a lot in the JP side. It happens far more frequently than it does on EN. Like, I have nothing against EN. I really like the EN. You know, I really love EN VTubers as well. But I've seen Coefficient, for example, say once that he feels like the EN side of the community feels a bit more cliquey. And I can see that. I don't think it reflects every single VTuber, obviously. It varies from group to group and VTuber to VTuber. Especially in the indie scene, I feel people tend to gravitate towards strict groups. Or you know, some agencies as well. For example, I'd say Nijisanji EN, for example, they rarely collab outside their own group. With the exception of a few members here and there that do collab outside their own group. Shit. The run goes well, thank you. But JP doesn't have much of that problem, I feel. The only shit show I'm concerned now that I wish would end is not Russia, which we just not Russia. I haven't been keeping up with that, so I don't know what's going on with it right now.
Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for refinery.
Because honestly, I've been kind of avoiding all kinds of drama, not just Russia and Nijisanji. I've been avoiding most drama. Oh, there's an item over there that I didn't get. Because again, you know, drama can sometimes keep my attention because, oh, it's a very explosive thing. But at the end of the day, I watch YouTubers for fun, and drama is not fun. Not to me, at least. But I'd say that the VTubing community has been very peaceful as of late, you know? I mean, with some exceptions, you know, maybe, you know, Nijisanji EN is always under fire now. Though, to be fair, I feel like a lot of the drama nowadays about Nijisanji EN is because people also don't let go of them anymore, you know? People like to pick up on the smallest things and make drama out of it now. I understand why people are doing it, right? But at the same time, I feel like, you know, a lot of talents aren't even at fault of what happens like these days anymore. Like I said, I was more worried about Dokibird and her whole situation. That situation is pretty much fixed. You know, she said that she wants to move on. She pretty much is winning every single turn, right? Just continues to win and win. And it seems like Nijisanji has taken a hint and stopped going after her. So, you know, that whole thing is fixed, I'd say. So after that, it's basically the bone people have to pick with Nijisanji themselves. That I don't care anymore. I just cared about Dokibird. I mean, Nijisanji, don't get me wrong, I still watch every time there's like something going on with them. You know, stuff that gets revealed, like contracts and stuff like that. I like to know that. Because I like keeping myself informed. But overall, I'm not as invested anymore. Something interesting, where the EN audience was roasting Niji EN for everything, the JP crowd apparently rallied behind Niji and expressed support. You see that the JP audience, they received a different version of the announcement than the EN side had. And the JP audience wasn't really as into the whole context as the EN audience was. That said, after a while, after some time passed, the JP audience started gradually learning about what was going on with EN. And I'd say that a lot of opinions have changed since then, right? Obviously, overall, the JP audience doesn't really care because they watch JP VTubers. They don't watch EN VTubers, and, you know, at the end of the day, you know, JP Nijisanji does not have even half of the problems that, you know, the EN side has. Yes, maybe the conditions might be not very good either, but at least they don't have to deal with, you know, the supposed problems that the EN branch has to deal with. And I'd say the JP audience is also very used to it by now. That said, also we can't forget that Japan also has a completely different mentality on a lot of things like contracts than EN has, you know. I think Japan definitely goes more for that, oh, if you sign a contract, you know, that's on you. You should have just obeyed the contract, which is an opinion I see a lot by a lot of JP Nishisanji fans, which is like, you know...
Greeting.
Because I did see a lot of JP fans saying that, well, it's the EN members' problems for having signed the contract. Right? Obviously, over here, as we've seen with Legal Mindset streams, those contracts would not be legal at all, you know? Or something like that. But in Japan, they just might. And if they are illegal in Japan, then the Japanese mindset, it's easy to understand why they would rally behind it. Because as far as they're aware, in their country there's nothing wrong with that, and it's up to the decision of the talent to know what the contracts they're signing, right? Obviously in the end that's not what happens. We don't have that kind of mentality. I'd say that in the end we tend to be, you know, less forgiving of companies trying to exploit their workers and all that. Overall, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's also cases over here where people don't care and just, you know, obey the rules and that's how it is, right? But people here are far more resistant against corpos than they are in Japan. The mentality is simply different, right? That said, again, Nishisanji JP is not even half as bad as EN is. A lot of the problems that EN has, JP doesn't have, because they are much better managed in JP. Overall. Oh shit. Again, it's the common denominator. Every single branch that Nishisanji has fails terribly because of some mismanagement. I mean, Nishisanji Indonesia fans already know this by now very well. They've suffered a lot. They certainly have. That's why there are barely any Indonesian members anymore in Nishisanji. You know, Nishisanji pretty much gave up on Indonesia, which is sad, because they had so many cool members. But Indonesia has so much potential. I mean, Whole Life proves it, right? Whole Life proves that Indonesia has so much great potential, you know? They have an amazing, wonderful VTubers. Like, the failure of Nishisanji Indonesia is of no fault of the talents. It's completely Nishisanji themselves. And whatever happens to EN is also the fault of Nishisanji themselves. Because I feel like a lot of talents don't have any fault in this. And even if there are talents that maybe are responsible for some stuff that's going on, none of that would have happened. None of that would have happened if the company had been meta-managed. Because if the company had been meta-managed, stuff like the stuff that's, you know, been revealed that happens would never happen. Because they would be put under control. Like, if the bullying is true, which, you know, probably is, from what I've seen. I mean, you know, Selen did say that there was bullying from within. From where? We don't know. We just know that it's from within. But if the bullying is true, which most likely it is, you know, that is Nishisanji's fault. Because if Nishisanji was a better company, they would put a stop to that. Something like that would never fly on Nishisanji. It just wouldn't. Nishisanji, no, in Whole Life. Something like that would never fly on the Whole Life. You know, the fun thing is that... The funny part is that bullying isn't even new in Nishisanji, by the way. It used to happen in Nishisanji Korea as well. In a member that I think isn't part of Nishisanji anymore. That said, you know, Nishisanji Korea has different circumstances, because Nishisanji Korea used to be a different group entirely that got merged into Nishisanji, right? So the problems of Nishisanji Korea were already present before they were even Nishisanji in the first place. It's complicated.
Enemy sighted!
Alright. This calls for this weapon. This. There we go. Alright, nice. I want to keep this one because this weapon allows me to get the kicks. The negligible meme is funny. It is very much funny. Again, I don't feel bad for Nishisanji. I only feel bad for, you know, many of the talented and hard-working talents that just want to do, you know, their thing and have a career. And there's so many of them. It's sad that they have to deal with this. I'm surprised they gave up on ID. They just toss tons of talents at things until they get enough money coming in. Yeah, I guess they didn't have enough profit from ID. Again, and it's completely their own fault because, you know, ID is very profitable. Again, you know, look at Hololive, look at Hololive ID, look at Kobokanairo, you know. You know what's funny? You also know what's really funny, is that it took until Hololive to prove. It took Hololive to prove to Nijisanji that an actual English branch would work. Because let's not forget that the original English branch was made by Nishisanji. Oh, come on. Nishisanji used to have Nishisanji India, right? They called them Nishisanji EN. They were the original Nishisanji EN. And then it failed and they rebranded them into Nishisanji India again. It didn't work out. Because again, Nishisanji is not good at what they do, at managing things outside of Japan. Inside Japan, they do a good job, I'd say. Again, Nishisanji is big as is inside Japan because they just know how to work domestically, right? But outside Japan, they just suck. They just suck at managing anything outside Japan. I mean, to be fair, there was already an English VTubing group, you know, outside of Hololive and Nishisanji. It was Tsunderia, right? Tsunderia was the first English group, I think, in the end. But Hololive proved that it can work. Oh shit, come on. Okay, let me focus here because I don't want to repeat this all the time. And you just focus. There we go, and we ran away. The EN audience in general is almost always worth marketing things to. It's always worth marketing to any large audience. The EN audience is very large because there's so many countries that are part of it, but also because the United States are a big country. But that said, think about it. If you market things to the EN audience, you're marketing to the United States, to Canada, to Australia, to the UK, and many other English-speaking countries. And let's not forget that English is the most common secondary language in the world. Most countries learn English as a secondary language. So by marketing towards an EN audience, you're marketing towards an overall international audience that, you know, gives you access to so many different publics, you know? But that's also a reason why Nishisanji failing with their Indonesian branch is completely Nishisanji's fault. Because the Indonesian audience is so large. So large. You know, if you fail to make a proper Indonesian branch, like, you did something wrong, because Indonesia has everything it needs to succeed. You know? A large population, very dedicated fans, you know. A lot of their fans are like big weebs, you know, big anime fans. Like the anime community in Indonesia is huge. So like, if you fail in Indonesia, you did something wrong, because Indonesia is a country where things like these just tend to succeed, you know, because they have all the conditions to succeed. And I think that's why a lot of Indonesian fans feel very frustrated towards Nishisanji. That's why when the whole Doki Bird situation happened, a lot of Indonesian fans, you know, rallied, you know, behind Doki Bird and against Nishisanji because, you know, they know what it feels like. You know, the Indonesian fans know what it feels like. They've been there before. They know what it is like to be thrown under the bus by Nishisanji.
You're gonna be pretty stupid to try and hide.
Oh, okay, I cannot save the guys. Kobo's fanbase is absolutely nutty. Oh yeah, they don't take shit from anyone. It's really funny. It's actually refreshing. Every time Twitter tries to cancel Kobo, that does not work. Kobo's fans will absolutely rip them to shreds. It's so fun. I love it. I absolutely love it. They take no shits from Twitter. Absolutely no shits. Remember when the Hogwarts Legacy situation was going on and Kobo was going to play the game because she loves Harry Potter, right? And Twitter tried to cancel her? That did not work. That did not work. You know, the Kobo curse absolutely shit on everyone that was trying to cancel Kobo, and they just showered Kobo with, you know, a wave of positivity. It was beautiful. I really like Kobo's fanbase because I feel like if there's a fanbase that actually succeeds at protecting their Oshi smile, it's the Kobo curse. They really do. It's very much the Kobo curse.
Most likely,
The fact that Kobo cannot try to say a marriage is between man and a woman be completely is so incredibly to me. I know, right? If that happened to any other VTuber in the end, they would be cancelled immediately. But it is something you need to keep in mind. People on Twitter don't get that Kobo is from a different culture. Let's not forget that Kobo is from Indonesia. Indonesia is majorly a Muslim country. It is in fact the country with the most amount of Muslims in the world. Don't expect like Indonesian members to necessarily, you know, be one-to-one to like Western sensibilities, you know. There's gonna be, you know, more conservative opinions here and there, and you just gotta have to accept that, you know. You can't force everyone to be in your perspective. Well, don't get me wrong. I believe that anyone should be able to get married regardless of your gender, regardless if you're marrying, you know, a man or woman, it doesn't matter, right? But that's me, and if you disagree, I mean, fuck man, I'm not, if you're from a different culture that's not mine, I'm not gonna try and convince you, because like, you live in your country, I live in my country, you know, we do things differently, that's just how it is, you know. I never try to force people to share in my morals, unless they're like, you know, directly affecting things. Like, let's be honest, guys, Kobo does not have political power, it's not like it matters. Like, Kobo is not a politician. She's an entertainer. She is here to entertain.
You missed them all?
That's all
Well,
she should be.
You just have to fight your way through.
Don't expect every single content creator to echo like your ideals. I'm pretty sure that, you know, most of the VTubers that I like probably have different ideals from me in many situations. Oh, I can't do it yet. Again, that's completely fine. It's completely delusional to expect your favorite content creators to all share in your morals. Oh, there we go.
I guess you would choose this route.
So your morals, you know, doesn't have to be morals, just opinions in general. I don't like to focus on that because if I could only support people, that, you know, have the same opinions to me, you know, 100%, then I wouldn't support anyone, because I don't think anyone has the exact same opinions as me. You're gonna always disagree with someone at some point, always. Doesn't matter what it is, there's always gonna be something that you and someone else would disagree at, because you're different people. With different experiences, you know, different opinions, different, you know, environments, different, you know, conditions to which you were raised, and things like that. You can't expect everyone to be like you. So that's why Kobo's saying things that, like she said, doesn't shock me. Nor do I really care, honestly, because, again, she's an entertainer. Like, come on. Are we really gonna hold that against her? She's not even American. Or European, for that matter. It's just like Pippa once said, you know? People have opinions, and opinions are just as much worth as any other. Don't get too hung up with it. Let people have the opinions they have. If Indonesia ever wants to like to change in some cultural aspects, that's up to them. That's up to their discretion. They are the ones who decide that. You know, it happened in the West, didn't it? Why, you know, and the West also used to have like many, you know, religious like point of views that, you know, were against that. If the people overall decide on something, then, you know, it will happen. The same thing with Indonesian. If the majority of the people decide on something, then it will be done. If not, you know, it sucks, but I mean, that's why you can always move countries. I mean, I know for a fact that if my country did something that I completely disagree that affects my life, I'd probably move. I mean, fuck, I'm gonna move countries anyways. I don't want to live in Portugal forever. Just because I believe that also Portugal doesn't offer me the opportunities that I want. I feel like it's very difficult being a young person in Portugal because the country does not favor the young people very much. It favors very much like the boomers, you know, the old people, and at the cost of the young people. And that's why I'd like to move countries, you know. I want to move to a country with, you know, well, okay, that's not true. The country that I want to move to also has a similar issue, but, you know, at least it's a country whose culture I like a lot, which is Japan, right? You know, I guess Japan is not like the best country to move if you want better options for young people, because they have the exact same issue, but at least it's a country that, you know, I like culturally and has proven that they can actually pick themselves up. I mean, let's not forget the Japanese economic miracle. If they can recover from being in complete ruin, then I feel more confident about their country than mine, honestly. Where my country never actually had to deal with such insane amount of destruction and ruin, and yet we're still struggling. Right? But that's just me. Again, as long as you're in a country that gives you the freedom to move, I think everything's fine. Because you don't need to stay. I'm not gonna stay in my country, for example. Clearly everyone wants to move to America? No, oh no. I have so many people that I know that they would never move to America for many reasons. That is not true at all. I have a lot of people that I know that don't want to move to America because of the guns. I have a lot of people that are afraid of the gun crime. Others that are afraid of the lack of healthcare because, you know, healthcare, you know, is a joke. And there's other reasons why the other people don't want to move to America. So, you know, others is because of the vast amount of wokes as well in America. You know, on both sides of the spectrum, we have reasons why people don't want to move to America. If I wasn't moving to Japan, I'd probably move to another European country personally. You know, one of those European countries with, you know, really good life quality, like Nordic countries and stuff. But I'm moving to Japan mostly for culture. I want to move to Sweden one day. I've heard Sweden is nice. I've always thought about like Norway. I've heard Norway is also really nice. The only problem I have with the Nordic countries is it's really cold and I can't handle the cold very well. You know, I am very heat resistant, not very cold resistant. But in my case, I don't think I would ever move to America. I couldn't. The lack of a good healthcare system, as well as the fact that, you know, the guns don't make me feel safe. You need to keep in mind that Europeans are not used to guns being everywhere, guys. You need to keep that in mind. It does not make us like woke not liking guns, like I saw someone on 4chan say. We just, you know, American culture is different. You need to keep in mind that America is actually the the exception, not the rule. Like, I feel like people that say that America has no culture, the only people that say that are Americans. You know, I feel like the only people that say America has no culture are Americans themselves that are woke and dislike how things are in America. Because anyone that's not from America, you know, a lot of people feel alienated with a lot of cultural aspects of America. And the guns are one of them.
Right. The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond.
So,
No, there should. It is
probably.
I'm interested in moving to Japan potentially. I need to know what kind of opportunities they have in marine biology though. I'd say they're a good country for that, but I'm not very knowledgeable of it, so take my opinion with a grain of salt. But I would say they're probably a good country for it. I mean, they're on an island. They've always been very connected to the sea. There's some crazy animals you can find over there as well. Well, you know what that means. Time to learn Japanese. Now you don't have an excuse. Don't go there expecting English will work. We can all learn Japanese together. Nihongo, benkyou shimashou! Any suggestions on how to figure out how many marine biology opportunities are in Japan? I don't know, I guess you'd have to go look it up. I really don't know much about marine biology, so I can't really say. My guess is as good as yours, probably. Or yours is probably better, since I assume you probably already looked into it. But yeah. You're definitely gonna need to learn Japanese if you want to do that. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can find in English too, but it's definitely gonna be easier in Japanese. Just everything in Japan. In my life situation, I gotta hold off from getting into college.
Don't say if his team must be in here. Find him.
Well, you have plenty of time to learn Japanese then. There's actually a website that I really like. I used for a long time called Japanese Pod 101. They have really good audio lessons. I used it, and most of the Japanese that I learned was from there. I really enjoyed Japanese Pod 101. I'm actually thinking of going back to it, you know, during the holidays, so I can keep up learning during my break in uni. Because I barely study for Japanese in university. Because again, I already know a lot of the stuff we're learning. Alright, this is that place with this thing. Alright. Hope on getting a Japanese minor. Having a proper course will help me with learning discipline. Also, I can get into a course where I can spend a week in Japan or even semesters abroad. If you want any tips on learning a new language, make sure you make it a very frequent practice. You need to practice every day if you can. Another app that I recommend is an app called Anki. Anki is a great app to learn like vocabulary because any new piece of vocabulary you learn, you can add it into Anki. And it will ask you frequently every day about the new words. And it will increase the space of time where it asks you. It works very well at long-term learning. Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn, I can't hit him. But I can't reach there. There we go, got it. Reading to learning a language. The plan is to have at least one day a week where I can make everything on the PC Japanese fully immersed. Yeah, that can work too. I'd say VTubers help a lot too. If you watch JP VTubers, it definitely helps because they speak actual spoken Japanese. Casual though, you need to keep that in mind though. It's casual Japanese usually. But it helps a lot. I'd say that all the VTubers that I tend to watch really helped with my Japanese comprehension. And pronunciation as well. Because I mimic what they say. Oh shit. It's happy to learn Louis is one of the best HoloMems to learn Japanese while watching. I'd say the best Japanese VTuber from Hololive to learn is Otonose Kanade. Kanade speaks very clearly, very slowly. She's a very slow speaker. She's a very slow speaker and she speaks very loud and clear. She's perfect to any beginner. Really, it's insane how good Kanade is for any beginners. Anyone learning Japanese watching Marine should start crying. Oh yeah, Marine is hard mode. Marine and the baby talkers are hard mode. Miko. You know, Marine is difficult because Marine speaks really fast. Like, I'm serious, Marine is a very fast speaker. It's very difficult to understand her when she goes into full machine gun mode. But then you also have like Miko, Hajime, you know, again, the baby speakers, Luna, they also are hard mode. But for different reasons. Mostly it's because their diction is more baby. Marine is for speed. Speaking really fast, but also apparently uses obscure language, part of nerd culture or whatever. Really? I guess it would be difficult to you if you don't know much about Japanese internet, right? I think for anyone that's like a weeb that's really into, you know, Japanese internet culture, it would be really easy for you. In my case, I actually know a lot of the words that she talks about. Ooh, there's something over there. Wait, probably I can access it there. How can I go? Oh, I see. There's these thingies. Haha. Yeah, extra health. Woo. One of the ones I missed. I need to use the scanner more often. Little moments in games where you have a wreck moment and feel big brain. I know, right? It feels amazing. Alright, boss time. Let's fight Mistral. Aha! Alright, this should be really easy. Mistral is a very easy boss to defeat. Get off me! Lady Long Hands. Oh shit. The music is good. I put many of the Metal Gear Rising songs in my phone to listen when I'm commuting. Cause I've been in a metal vibe kind of. Although Metal Gear Rising is not just metal. There's a lot of electronic music too. Sorry, I sneezed. There we go. Alright, let's go. Last phase.
I am starting to enjoy this.
Oh no, never mind, it's not yet. Oh no, don't tell me I'm gonna sneeze again. Okay, no, it's not coming, never mind. Good. Alright, get off. Alright, now we go for the last phase. Vocals time!
This ends now. Find me somewhat.
Alright. This is gonna be very easy. Where are you? Over there!
Let's have a little fun.
Shit, I had something in my mind to say, but I now forgot it. God damn it, I was too focused here on the lyrics. Yeah!
Over here, it is over.
And it's done. We win.
Don't fuck with me, boy.
And freeze. And you're done. Oh, that's it. Alright then. Maybe playing hard mode with all your upgrades is a bad idea. It's fine, we'll be doing very hard mode next time without any upgrades. Probably.
Mistro, report! Your vitals are dropping.
It's dying.
Great.
I am
You could say this hard mode is just a warm-up. Just a warm-up for the real very hard mode run. Also, I've actually looked into Revengeance mode. So Revengeance mode, what it does is that obviously it makes the enemies more aggressive and all that. It doesn't actually change the damage that much or anything. You, however, deal very little damage against enemies, but perfect parries are much stronger in Revengeance mode. If you can actually one-shot most enemies with a perfect parry, apparently,
I'm in the sewers.
in the Revengeance mode.
Alright, your mission according to FYI. Tell me, we know.
So basically, Revengeance mode is gonna test how good you are at parrying.
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
Sir, yes, sir.
Commence operation.
Alright. I wonder how the boss fights are gonna be in Revengeance mode though.
Right. Unidentified UGs.
To be fair, I've been training the boss fights off screen a lot. I think the only boss fight that gives me trouble is the Senator Armstrong, but as Jetstream Sam in the Jetstream Sam DLC, because in the Raiden main story, it's actually pretty easy. But Jetstream Sam definitely has a harder time. He's much stronger there, more aggressive, and has stronger moves. Alright, gorilla time.
That UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down
Oh shoot, there we go. Also, the window for you to parry in Revengeance mode is much shorter, which actually might work in your favor because you get used to a smaller parry window that allows you to just perfect parry more easily. Okay. Okay, it's done. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go.
I see a maintenance catwalk. Use it to conceal yourself if necessary.
Anything here? No. Nothing here. You're dead now. Nice. And you're dead too. Butt slash. Gorilla mech hate. I don't know, they're fun. There's other enemies I really hate more. But yeah, we do have a dodge button. But it doesn't dodge completely the same. It's not as good as Jetstream Sam's dodge, unfortunately. Hey, where do I have to go? Aha! I see. Over here. I'd forgotten. Because I have been replaying the boss fights, not the stages. Let's see, where to next? Over there? Sorry, this place is a labyrinth. I think I have to go up. Yes, I do. Aha! Over here. So what else has been going on in the in the VTubering community, actually. Birthdays, 3D debuts. There's a VCR Rust going on, which is really cool. I always, again, I said it earlier, but I always like these events where lots of VTubers are together. We get to see lots of interactions among VTubers we'd never ever think. Like Anya and Tachibana Hinano. It's a good example. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh wait, shouldn't I just destroy this barrier? No, that is not the way forward. Must be good. That's good. I like when things are peaceful. It makes everything more positive. Oh, goddammit. Ah! I hate platforming. But yeah, with that said, you know how Korone makes sometimes English-only streams playing Mario? I mean, okay, I guess she hasn't done one in a long time, but they're like very popular, very famous, right? I like to do something like that, but only speaking Japanese. You know, using all the Japanese I've learned, I do a Super Mario Japanese-only stream. And see how well I fare. And then next year we can do another one. Fuck. That's not working out. There's gotta be some other way up. Ah, there we go. Only one company's only having bad news. Yeah, that's the usual. The usual. I said this before, but I'd like to become a JP streamer one day. It's a long way off though, but you can make it true. The only thing, you know, the only thing between you and your objective is time. As long as you don't give up and you keep doing it, you can do it. Gotta learn Japanese first. And then you gotta stream. I mean, you can also stream first, to be fair. Ah, right, it's this thing. I remember now. There was a hole.
Right. There is a void in these sewers.
I do wonder what the appeal to the JP audience of having an extremely patriotic American streamer speaking Japanese is, if any. I don't know, maybe it's gonna be endearing. I have no idea. But it could work, it certainly would be a niche, I suppose. Alright, there we go. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no, this is the right place. Okay, good. It's a question I've wondered. How would the Japanese feel about a foreigner critiquing their censorship laws? Saying it limits Japanese artists and they should be free to make what they want. I have no idea. I guess it depends on the Japanese person. Let's not forget that, at the end of the day, the Japanese themselves have different opinions on things because they're individuals. There's gonna be some that are gonna agree with you and some that are not gonna agree with you because that's just how things are done. So it will vary from person to person.
Get out of here!
I mean, think about it. Kali has criticized idol culture in the past, and yet the Japanese don't seem to care. She's still well liked by everyone. Hell, I feel like the people that hate Kali for criticizing idol culture are actually EN fans more than JP fans. Japanese populace is a lot less individualistic though. Yes, but they still are people with their own opinions and stuff. There will be those that will agree with you. They're no hive mind. Hell, otherwise they would be a one-party state. go. Oh, these perfect parries are doing so well. Look at that. There we go. Oh, shoot. There we go. For example, do you want a good example of foreigners criticizing Japan that are honestly very well regarded? Chris Broad. Chris Broad, the guy from the channel Abroad in Japan. He's a guy that has made a lot of videos about Japan, and he's very well liked by a lot of people. He also sometimes criticizes Japan for its flaws, and he's still very much well liked.
What you say? Oh. Me a Guyanese from Guyana.
Because
You speak English?
and that is because he knows how to go about things. He understands Japan very well.
So,
Yeah.
got it.
It sounds if it's
You, that's what, so what?
I made
Sure, you just...
He's someone that's been in Japan for like many years. And has been able to understand Japan through experience.
Heavy UG activity.
He talks about the good things, but also talks about the bad things, but in a good way, you could
You're not
say.
gonna make it easy to get into that lab.
I think
Some way you could
you
sneak
can say
past?
anything you want. It really just depends on how you do it. If you are someone that's hostile about your opinions, even if you are right, the hostility will alienate people from you. This is what I call the Tecton phenomenon.
It's a box.
Why do I call it Tecton phenomenon?
How's
Because
that gonna
Tecton, see,
Oh, it's
Tecton is
a
someone
box.
that's very,
That could
you know,
work, actually.
very hardline, very hostile with his own opinions. So even when Tecton is right, people have a problem with him, because the way he goes about it is just, you know, a bit assholeish and you know, assholeish and hostile, right? If you are like that, that's the exact same attitude you're gonna invite from people. If you are an asshole, people are gonna be an asshole towards you. You know, what goes around comes around. So even when Tecton is right, he ends up suffering the repercussions from his attitude. And I feel like he hasn't understood that yet, because Tecton, he's been saying, doubling down on it, saying that, well, you know, what I say, you know, how I say it shouldn't matter, you know, I'm always gonna say it the way I want it to, and things like that. But I feel like, I get it, he can do that, that's his entire, you know, right to do it. But if he's gonna do it, he shouldn't be surprised about the consequences of people, you know, having a problem with him. Because, again, I mean, yeah, sure, you can be hostile about your opinions, but if you do that, you will invite, you know, some hatred from people. You will alienate people that would be moderate into the opposite side as a result. It's a consequence of your actions, you know? You know the Newton's law? I think it's Newton's law, you know, of forces. You know, if you apply force against something, you will only, you know, have that same amount of force be applied towards you. It's exactly the same thing. If you are hostile and express yourself in an asshole-ish way, people will come after you the same exact way. If you want people to not be alienated by the way you say things, you should probably try and have a better, more tactful approach to it. Because that's what separates someone who's beloved and people like to listen to from someone that people don't care about. Not everyone that disagrees with you is gonna be like an asshole person. Some of them are moderate people that are just alienated by the way you say things. You know, this is why in the Hogwarts Legacy situation, a lot of people felt alienated by the people harassing others, you know, for playing Hogwarts Legacy. A lot of moderate people that otherwise would be on the side of against Harry Potter and against J.K. Rowling, they decided to be against the movement instead, because the people in that movement were being far too extreme. This is just what happens when you are too extreme. Yes, you might invite a lot of extremists towards your side, but you will alienate the moderates 100% against you.
On your Soliton radar.
Yeah, I generally like Tecton. I think the deep down he's a good dude, even though he calls himself an asshole. I feel like deep down, I think he actually just wants to do good and be a good dude. But I feel like he has a lot of things holding him back, and one of them is he doesn't understand how to be tactful. He calls it honesty, and sure, maybe it is honesty, but I feel like you can be honest while being tactful. I feel like you don't have to be completely tone deaf about things while saying your mind. You can speak your mind while being tactful and not being hostile, you know? You can still say the things that you think without being, you know, insulting people or calling people idiots and things like that. All those things are completely unnecessary. Tell me, whoever has been ever convinced by being called an idiot? Not many people. I was the third guy, so thinking though better about the thing. I do wish more people understood the arguments they make don't just have a chance of converting them to your view, but bad arguments can actually push people away from your view. Oh yeah, that is 100% true. Again, Tecton has said many times before, oh, people don't listen to things when I tell them, but whenever someone else says the same things I do, people listen to them. Exactly. That's exactly why, because Tecton is hostile in the way that he says things a lot of the times. He calls people idiots, he's very hostile. Again, of course people don't want to listen to him, because the way he says things pushes people against him.
Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your specialty.
People don't like an asshole, that's all. And this comes from someone who has watched Tecton for a while now, and I generally do like the dude. But he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand how his actions have consequences. And not everyone that dislikes him is necessarily the haters that will dislike him no matter what. Some people are, again, just people that dislike him because of the way he goes about things. You guys know the sentence, the memes don't justify the memes? The memes don't justify the memes don't justify the ends don't justify the means, I mean. It's basically that. Just because you're right, it doesn't mean, you know, you can use every single means to explain it. Because this is exactly the proof of it. It's the ends don't justify the means situation. Goddamn, I can't stop saying memes, goddamn it, Metal Gear Rising. Because I feel like Tecton would probably have far less drama if he just went about, you know, having more tact to his words.
If they continue to increase security,
I feel like if he did that, half of the drama would go away. Now it's a bit difficult because he already has the reputation he has, right? But still, given time, I think even he could potentially stop being seen the way he is. Now that said, I have heard that Tecton has done professional wrestling. I have heard that Tecton has done professional wrestling in the past, and that part of the reason why he is the way he is actually because of his professional wrestling background, where, you know, you want to be like that. You want to cause conflict. You want to be hostile in the way you say things, because that's entertainment, right? It creates content, right? It's basically drama, weaponized drama, right? Which works. It basically works. If that's what he wants to do, however, I mean, fuck, he's doing a wonderful job, and he should keep doing it. If that's the exact effect he wants, he's doing a wonderful job, and he should 100% continue. Memes, the DNA of the soul. But I don't know. Sometimes I feel like some things are unnecessary, and he suffers unnecessarily from things he didn't have to suffer through, you know? Oh well. That's that. I tend to respect people that are tactful about their words, because they understand human nature, I feel. I forgot where I have to go now. It's that exact same situation as before. Actually, wasn't there a door through? Oh! Ah! I remember now. Am I tactful? I'd say that you're generally someone that's reasonable to talk to. Obviously, everyone has their flaws.
Splendid. It is all ours.
Everyone has their flaws.
Use
I
it
am
to
no
locate the
exception,
data input
right?
terminal.
But I'd say you're generally someone that, as long as people approach you with politeness, you're someone that, you know, can have a proper conversation with others.
Try latching onto cyborgs' heads from behind.
And I'd say that's already a good
Shock
thing.
should knock them unconscious.
If I were to give you some feedback, however, I would say try expand your horizons a bit more. In the sense that if you don't understand something, try look it up a bit more. That's all. All right. But I think the politeness is already, you know, all I could ask, to be fair. There are a lot of people that are not like that. You can't talk to people because they're too unreasonable with their insults and things like that. And that tends to be the worst. So whenever someone isn't like that, I already am like, thank goodness. We can have a conversation with this individual. Because being needlessly hostile serves no purpose in conversation, I feel. I forgot what I had to do. Oh, I think I had to go through here. Oh! This thing was here the whole time? Huh. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of people are stubborn, and I am certainly stubborn myself. Oh shit. I am certainly stubborn myself as well. Yeah, I really forgot what I had to do. Where do I go? No, not here. Because I really forgot this entire section. I don't like it. Hide. Vent on the second floor. Alright. I do remember that I don't have to defeat these enemies. I just need to find the way. Ah! I found it. Yeah, this is the way. Alright, what to do next?
That terminal is most likely designed to download mission data and such into the UGs. Let's try using it to access the lab server.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, the US bits is so relatable, it is.
Right away.
Alright, we know, we've seen the story.
And Monty's killed the kid. Only
Yeah, let's go. We have an entire game to go through. And we need to get that extra item. Where was it? I think on the other side. Ah! Annoying little shits. An hour and a half and not even done with Mexico. You sure this is what I'm on stream deal? I'm trying my best. Where was the thingy? I mean, aren't we close to being done with Mexico though? I think we are. I'm not sure. Where's the thing? I saw that thing. The upgrade. Wait, I should be able to use the scan. Aha. So desu ne. Slowest speedrun ever. Like I said, it's not a strict speedrun. Not a strict one. Alright, we got extra health. Alright, so where's the way forward now? Because I forgot the way forward. Ah, over there. Alright, I'll try and hurry up a bit more. I think it's all the conversation has been making me focus on it.
Bad news, right? Can't
What?
Yeah.
You think?
I don't know.
Thanks.
Let's go. Alright. I think we're almost done with this. Doors are a good way to go forward. True, you can enter through them. Oh. Nani sore? This is nothing. Somewhere over here. Aha! Nice.
This bastard is blocking the way. Push that thing back.
Oh wait, I can just not care. Polo chips. In the next whole life gacha game. Nah, it's literally just because whenever I'm streaming I tend to be less aware of my surroundings, that's all.
Then switch to biped mode. Careful. It is all new battle now.
I've noticed, yesterday I was practicing my parries against the Knights of Lothric in Dark Souls, right? And I was noticing I was playing far better off stream. Gacha, not even once. I think I talked about this the other day. I stopped playing gacha many months ago. Probably like more than a year ago. I definitely talked about it already. I think in the last Metal Gear Rising stream as well. Because I'm tired of games that force you to play against your will in a way. It's more than just that, it's more complex than that. I want to play a good complete game where I don't need to worry about stamina, where I don't have to worry about, you know, grinding for currency, where I don't have to worry about limited events, things like that. I want to play a good, high quality, complete game where I can access all the content in my first purchase. Unless there's DLC that's made after the release, not before the release. I really dislike games that have like day one DLC. I think that is stupid. Day one DLC should be an expansion after the game is already finished. Not should be stuff that patches, you know, makes the game full. I really dislike day one DLC. And I also dislike games that have deluxe editions and things like that. I mean, if it's just like a cosmetic or whatever. But like games that lock away content and things like that, I dislike that a lot. I'm not in favor of these practices, modern practices of games. There are a lot of great games out there that don't do any of this, so I focus on those instead. Remember, you talked about gacha and putting it during the office bit where you have to find those little power sources on the walls. Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean?
Yeah, so I don't play gachas anymore. I used to play a lot of them. I played Arc Knights, I played Genshin Impact, I played Honkai Star Rail, I played Fire Emblem Heroes, I played Fate Grand Order, and many other gachas. I think right now I'm forgetting, but I'm like, nah, I'm done with it. I want to play a full game. There are a lot of gacha games where you, at some point, after the game stops giving you stuff for free, then you need to start grinding your characters every day, log in, use your stamina, do the same dungeon or whatever, you know, a million times, or you know, depends on how much the game allows you to. Sometimes you want to do a lot of times, but you can't because the game says, no, you don't have energy. Alright, we're done with Mexico. You know, and then you do the same thing, and oh well, guess what? The drop rates weren't in your favor, so you gotta do it all over again. Next time, next day. But game, I just wanna progress the game and do hard content. Well, no, you can't because your characters aren't built. But guess what? Good news, there's an event right now going on where you can get all those materials. You just need to farm for like a lot of hours, because the only way for you to get all the currency and all the materials in the event means you have to play the event from start to finish during the entire week it's active. Haha! Okay, I can go on about this in like so many gacha games. So many gacha games, like Fate Grand Order. Fate Grand Order, where the drop rates are absolutely terrible and you have to repeat things over and over and over again. So much in fact that there is an entire separate tier list of how good characters are based on how good they are at farming, right? Which is like, man. So we have like characters that are rated highly because they're good at farming. Arigatou gozaimasu. They're like good at farming, right? So people roll for those characters to allow them to farm better. And why do they want to farm? Because they want materials to be able to ascend their characters and be able to make them stronger. And why do they want to do that? Because they want to be able to do hard content. And they want to do hard content because that's the challenge of the game, right? But here's the problem though.
We will proceed through the buildings.
The hard content in Fate Grand Order is like one challenge quest at the end of every event. Sure, I guess you have the main story, but the main story, however, you cannot repeat the main story. It's one of those gacha games that don't let you repeat stuff that you've done in the past. You cannot repeat all those amazing cool boss fights from the main story. Nope, you can't do that. Instead, what they do is that at the end of every year, or I think in the anniversary of the game, they allow you to repeat, you know, some of the boss fights of the story. And that's the event. Okay, they have other things too, but they usually tend to be kinda lame. But yeah, that's the event. You get to repeat stuff that you've done in the past. Only do it for the duration of the event, and that's it. So if you want actual hard content, you have to wait for an event to come out. And there's usually only one, unless it's like a Nero Fest event. You only have like one stage where you actually have hard content. Other than that, if you've already finished the main story of the game and there's no event going on, guess what? There's no hard content for you to do, only grind. And the grind outside of events is absolute pain, because the drop rates of every material, of most materials, is like less than 10%. It's absolutely terrible, and you need to keep in mind that a lot of characters need like 70 of one material per skill, by the way, per skill. So you are grinding forever and ever 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 and ever, and it doesn't end. So what do you do? Well, the most efficient way to get materials is through events, and that's basically what you do, because you know, you have to grind so much just to clear the whole shop. You need to grind for the entirety of the duration of the event, which is usually like a week or 2 weeks, right? So imagine spending your entire free time, you know, during the holidays, you know, grinding the same stage of the same event, you know, for 2 weeks, pressing the same combination of buttons because you already have, you know, the whole farming setup figured out. If you don't have the farming setup figured out, it's gonna take even longer, right? And it takes forever. And, you know, when the event is over, well, fuck. I just spent 2 weeks doing the same stage over and over and over and over and over again, you know. Goddamn crystallized lore. There's so many things. You have no idea how much it took me to max out my Ereshkigal. You know, because she needed those goddamn stakes or whatever that you needed to farm in Salem. You know, in the Salem singularity, right? So I was like, nah, this takes too long. And keep in mind, the drop rate for that isn't even that bad. It's a 60% of getting one stake, and I think she needs like 74 per skill, right? You know, which is like pain, pickle, pain. You know, so well, the best way is just to wait for an event. But guess what? Not every event has the material that you want. So if you're playing an event that does not have the material that you want to farm, well, you need to wait even longer to get that material. So yeah, Fate Grand Order was actually one of those games that I really burnt out fast. I mean, I played it for like over 2 years, and every once in a while I go back to Fate Grand Order to see how it is. I've never gone past the Olympus though. I'd like to finish the main story because now there's actually a lot of main story for me to do. I may as well. It's not farming. I have a lot of characters trained. You know, a lot of characters trained that are strong and everything. My account is honestly really fucking good. My account is really fucking good. I have really broken characters, right? I can usually beat the challenge quests just fine as well. I just feel like the game should have more. I feel like the game should have like rotational challenge content. You know, even if it's repeat of challenge quests from previous events, I'm fine with that. I feel like the game should just allow you to be able to do story quests any time. You know, technically the game has story quests, but they're not the actual fun ones. They're like bootleg versions of story quests. You don't actually get to repeat the actual story boss fight. Which sucks. It absolutely sucks. It feels like, why am I playing this game? It's literally, if this game wasn't Fate, if it wasn't the Fate IP carrying Fate Grand Order, the game would never be popular. The game is only popular because it's Fate. Because Fate is popular. And the story sometimes is a banger. That's it. Because it's actually pain, and you get conditioned to play the game and accept like the terribleness of the game. As for Arknights, so Arknights, I also have my problems with it. Though I will say, as far as gacha games go, Arknights is probably one of the best ones. In terms of like the systems in place for Arknights, I'd say Arknights is one of the best gacha games ever. That said, it is still held back by gacha. Very much so. Hi there. It is still very much held back by many of the gacha systems. You know, it is still at the end of the day a gacha game, right? But as far as they go, it is one of the best ones. You can get characters really easily. Oh yeah, speaking about getting characters, the rates in Fate Grand Order are terrible. The pity also sucks. Hey, I can. But she's pretty, I don't want to do it. Oh, never mind. Okay, thank you for that, Ying. That's very nice. FGO now has pity, but it sucks. It takes way too many rolls for you to get pity, and it does not carry through banners, I think. So, once the banner goes on, your pity gets reset. You better save a lot of currency. So, as for Arknights, again, like I said, Arknights is probably one of the best gacha games ever. Getting characters is really easy. The rates are good, honestly, all things considered. The rates are pretty good. You can actually get 6-star unit. 6-star is the highest rarity in Arknights. You can actually get 6 stars through the shop. Because every time you roll, you get currency, right? Currency that you can save up, right? The more you roll, the more currency you can save up, right? And every time, the shop is going to rotate 6-star units in the shop, right? And you can actually use that currency from rolling a lot to get characters from the shop. I got a lot of really broken characters, like Ayala, because of the shop. Because I saved up a lot of currency and used it in the shop. By the way, that shop is completely separate from the gacha. It's not the gacha. The gacha has a different rotation from the shop. So if there's ever a character that's not limited that you might want, they could always appear in the shop one day, and you can just get it. If you play on the global version of the game, they always repeat stuff that happened on CN, so you can actually know what's coming in the future. The gacha is good. You don't even need 6-star units to beat, you know, Arknights. There's many YouTube channels that have proven that you can beat the game just fine enough with just 4-star units. 4 stars in Arknights are really good. They are really good. Like, Arknights is a game that really relies a lot on your brain power, right? If you're really good at the game, you can really beat really hard content with like really low rarity units. And if there's ever a character that you technically really needs to beat something, the game also has the support unit system where you can always use units of other players to help you out. And you don't lose anything for that. The only thing that does, however, is that you cannot like do auto farms. Because yes, unlike Fate Grand Order, where you have to do the farming manually, Arknights has an auto farm function where it saves your button presses that you did when farming a stage, and it repeats that. So you can actually farm for, automatically. Now, that also has another problem though. What is the point of farming if you can just do it automatically? That's a good point, and that's why I don't like grinding in games, because farming like that seems pointless, Because if you're not using the auto battle, you're just repeating the same stage over and over and over again, like every other gacha game, right? But if you're using an auto farm, then what's the point of having an auto farm in the first place? Just give me the materials instantly. Like the whole point of having limited resources just suddenly doesn't matter anymore. Now, something that Arknights does have that I do not like is that every time you want to replenish your stamina, you need to use sanity packs or whatever, right? And those sanity packs, they are not forever. They will expire if you don't use them, and I hate that because it forces you to play the game when you don't want to play the game. Right? Sometimes you are just burnt out and you don't want to play the game for over a month, right? Guess what? Your stamina pack is gonna expire in a month, so you better play the game. At least FGO allows me to use golden apples whenever I want it, right? They don't expire. So yeah, it's another thing that I do not like. And this is the same problem that I think other gacha games have, where they have like stamina replenishment systems that expire after a while. I really dislike that. Because again, it forces to play when you don't feel like playing.
We could use some support. Roger that. Sending back up.
Shit. Shit. No, you idiot. What you doing? Hello.
Answer me. Raiden! Raiden!
Contracts force you to think creative too. Yeah, at least Arknight has far more content for you to do. If you're someone who likes the gameplay and you like to enjoy the hard content, if you enjoy, actually challenging yourself, Arknights gives you plenty of that and gives you more. You can actually repeat story stages. They now give you repeatable events as well. All the events start being able to be repeated at any point. You can get limited characters that you missed out on. You can get them through the repeatable events. So that's always nice. I played for the thighs. The artwork is really good. Well, I do feel like, again, it has the same problem as FGO, that if you want to clear the whole shop and get all the materials of the shop, you need to basically have enough stamina that lasts for the entire duration of the event. Meaning that if you actually want to challenge yourself naturally, you can't, because, I got to a point where I want to enjoy the events naturally. I want to challenge myself. I don't want to look up the tutorial on how to beat the stages, right? So I decided to embrace failure, and if I fail, I fail. I'm gonna figure things out by myself. Here's the problem though. If you do that, you're wasting time and stamina. I mean, yes, you do get stamina back when you lose. You don't get it all though. But you're also losing out on time. Time that you could be using for farming. Because all the time that you're not using for farming is time that you're not regenerating stamina to farm more. Meaning that if you don't actually finish the event fast enough to regenerate more stamina, meaning it means you can never actually replenish all the stamina needed for you to be able to clear the shop of the event. Meaning that suddenly the fact that it takes so long to clear the shop also interferes with you wanting to play the game more naturally, because you have to repeat the same event stages over and over again. Now, there are some events that give you event currency by doing any stage in the game. Meaning that if you wanna do the story stages, or if you wanna farm story stages, you can and you still get event currency. But the majority of events are not like that, and you have to do the event stages, which kinda interferes with what you wanna do in the game. Because if you don't do it, you don't get the materials from the shop, and the shop gives you far better materials and way more efficiently. So if you are someone who wants to train a lot of characters, you're gonna have to do that. Again, the game decides how you should be playing, because if you don't play the way the game wants, you're not being efficient enough. You're not gonna be able to do the things you want in the game. You know, because I am someone who likes to train every character. I am someone who likes to try out different characters and do different strategies, right? I cannot do that because I need to train my characters, and if I want to train my characters, I have to do the most efficient way to train them. I am always being held back by the stamina system and how many resources I can acquire at any given moment. So sometimes I want to use the character a lot to try a new strategy, but I can't because I need to acquire the materials. And, you know, the way I was doing things, it took me a week to train a character to max them out in Arknights. The higher the rarity, the longer it will take to train them, right? But it would usually, on average, take me an entire week to E2 M3 a character in Arknights. And again, I got burnt out. I got burnt out because I can't play the way I want to play the game. And I was like, nah, I can't anymore. I love Arknights, I really do. The story actually engages me. It's a very nice story. I like the characters, I love the artwork. Its gacha systems are some of the most generous and forgiving of any gacha game I've ever played. And as far as gacha games goes, it seems like the developers actually care about the game, you know? And they actually want to make the game better. But again, the problem with Arknights is the problem that gacha in general has. You know, gacha games are flawed by default. They are flawed because their systems are built around, you know, acquiring, you know, spending money either on the shop, either on gacha. It's all acquired for that. Even if you want to play the game more, you could spend money to get more stamina and play more, right? Everything in its game is at the end of the day meant for you to spend money on the shop, either directly or indirectly. Right? And this is a problem that gachas in general have, and it's what causes the games to be so flawed, right? And it's those flaws that I got burnt out of. I don't want to deal with those flaws anymore. Genshin Impact is another story. Genshin Impact is actually a game that I spent on battle passes because I felt like at the beginning, when the devs were doing so many like surveys and stuff, like I was like, man, it seems like the devs actually care about taking feedback. Now, anyone that plays Genshin today knows that didn't end very well, because everyone knows that there are so many things that the players have been asking for forever and they don't deliver on. But I really believed in Genshin at first. I really did. I played it for so long, once again, like more than 2 years. And then they did not, exactly. Like they were building so many good good trust at the beginning with all those surveys, but then now they do surveys about things that people don't actually care, let's be honest. Like, hey, do you like these events? Things like that. But it doesn't actually matter. They don't actually take the feedback. Or sometimes they ask questions that nobody cares about. But yeah, I played Arknights for a long Genshin Impact for a long time too. And Genshin Impact has its own fair share of problems. I'm probably not gonna go into it that much because, to be fair, it's like a dead horse. The entire Genshin community talks about it, how there's a lack of endgame. But to be fair, the devs themselves have said that that's not what Genshin is all about. Sorry, hydration time. That's not what Genshin is all about. Genshin is a casual game. To be fair, Spiral Abyss is not even hard. It's literally just a DPS check, right? Whether or not you can do Spiral Abyss in Genshin Impact really depends on your artifacts at the end of the day. If you have good artifacts, you win. If you don't have good artifacts, you will lose. I know this because I have cleared Spiral Abyss with maximum stars multiple times as mostly a free-to-play.
Yeah.
I say mostly as a free-to-play because I did get some battle passes, but that's about it. I never actually spent money on gacha. Only a few battle passes here and there. But to be fair, I had already cleared, you know, maximum stars even before I started spending on battle pass. So I have nothing to prove anymore. But again, Genshin Impact just has all these damage sponges, right? And how do you acquire artifacts? You need to grind them, right? You need to grind them in domains. And guess what? It's completely RNG whether you get the artifacts or not. And that's not even the worst part, because getting the artifacts, you have a 50% chance of getting the artifact you want. Then there's different pieces of those artifacts, and then there's the substats. And if you want to have a viable character, you better have good substats on those artifacts, because if you don't have the right substats, you know, leveled, you know, in the exact piece that you want, with the exact main stat that you want, oh boy, that's not gonna be good enough. And guess what? The amount of RNG for you to have a decent artifact in Genshin is insane! It takes way too long. And it burned me out. I remember it took me a goddamn year to get a good piece for Yulva. A good piece. A good piece of the thing that she needs, of the artifact that she wants. I think it was like a cup. I think something like that. I don't remember. It took me a year. I was every day constantly repeating the same, you know, the same artifact domain to get a good one. It took me a goddamn year. I wasn't even asking for anything perfect, just something usable. But I didn't get it. I just couldn't get it for over a year. So yeah, I burnt out. It was pointless because again, Spiral Abyss was getting really frustrating because it felt to me like a lot of the bosses had really annoying mechanics. Like I remember fighting Mago Kenki in Spiral Abyss, where Mago Kenki, because see, Spiral Abyss, the difficulty is not clearing Spiral Abyss, the difficulty is actually finishing it with a time trial, you know, and under the time that you need to get the stars, right, for clearance, right? It's a time trial challenge, basically. And obviously, as you can imagine, a damage sponge in a time trial means you just need to have the exact math for it to be able to clear it. So it's why things like that annoys me, why when there's bosses that waste your time. They have mechanics that are just about wasting your time. They're not hard to beat, they just waste your time. Like Mago Kinky takes 5 to 10 seconds just to stand up so you can do damage to him when the fight begins. And then, halfway through the fight, he randomly has invincibility frames when using a certain move. So that's more 10 seconds of your time that it wastes. And these seconds matter if you're doing a time trial, especially as a free-to-play, you know? And there's so many bosses and mechanics in the game that just are there to waste your time, to inflate the difficulty. It just is annoying. Again, it's all about, you know, damage sponges. So yeah, I got burnt out of Genshin Impact as well. Star Rail, I had a lot of fun with Star Rail, to be fair. But again, as good of a game Star Rail is, it also has the exact same issues that gacha games have, even if it's very generous and much better than Genshin Impact in many of its systems. It still has the same old, you know, problems of gacha games. You know, inflating your gameplay time by farming artifacts, having the RNG of artifacts once again. You know, it gets a bit annoying. So I burnt out. I'm not even gonna go into Fire Emblem Heroes because Fire Emblem Heroes is such a bad game. I'm not gonna even talk about it. Like, wow, there's nothing to be redeemed about Fire Emblem Heroes. I mean, I guess the soundtrack is good. I guess the soundtrack is nice and the character art is nice too, but that's about it. Fire Emblem Heroes is just a sucky game. I'm sorry, I'm a big Fire Emblem fan. I love Fire Emblem, but I don't know why anyone would play Fire Emblem Heroes over an actual Fire Emblem game. Especially when Fire Emblem games are for the Nintendo, which are portable. Portable consoles, you know. Why would anyone play Fire Emblem Heroes, you know? When you can just play a regular Fire Emblem game, which is a good game, which are usually complete. I played Fire Emblem Heroes as well at 2 different points in time. Once on launch, I played the whole story and all that, and then later, you know, when Book 3 came out, and then again once Book 4 came out, and I quit all those times. But Fire Emblem Heroes is just a bootleg Fire Emblem game. It's not good. It just sucks. It's literally Fire Emblem, but without the things that make Fire Emblem fun. So no, I don't play Fire Emblem Heroes. And I do not recommend it to anyone. Like, if anyone wants a gacha game recommendation, go play Star Rail or Arc Knights. Star Rail and Arc Knights are worth your time. Do not play Fire Emblem Heroes, and honestly don't play Genshin. I mean, I guess you can play Genshin if you just want a casual game, sure, but Genshin is not going to respect you as a veteran. It only respects you at the beginning. It absolutely shits on you later. But if you want something similar to Genshin, just play Star Rail. Star Rail is better. Again, Arc Knights is also good. Avoid Fate Grand Order, avoid Fire Emblem Heroes, avoid Genshin. Because those games do not respect you, like Star Rail and Arc Knights do. I've never played the Girls Frontline. I've played Azure Lane a bit, but I didn't like the gameplay. Though, let's be honest, nobody plays Azure Lane for the gameplay. Come on. Everyone plays Azure Lane for the culture, not the gameplay. Let's see, and the other gacha games I may have played, I don't remember anymore right now, but I think there's more. I remember playing more than this. Oh, I played Sinoalis, I suppose. I played Sinoalis for a while because it's a Yoko Taro game, and I like those, but again, I didn't like the gameplay, because the gameplay was automatic. I don't like games that play themselves. I don't like games that play themselves. So I didn't play Sinoalis for that long. That said, Sinoalis has something that I really enjoy, where the game allows you to repeat the first 10 pull of the game as much as you want until you get something that satisfies yourself, right? So if there's a character that you'd like to start with, you can just keep pulling and reset your pulls until you get the character that you like. I like that, and I think gacha games should do that more by default, because a lot of people like to do rerolls, and this will just save people's time through rerolls. Honkai Impact. I also played Honkai Impact for a while. I played when Mobius was released. I literally downloaded the game just because of Mobius, because goddamn Mobius is so goddamn hot. So I played for Mobius, I pulled for Mobius, I got Mobius, I even pulled for some of the specific items that are for her. I got some of them. I didn't get them all, but I got some of them. And yes, I proceeded to destroy the game because Mobius is absolutely great. And I actually do like the gameplay of Honkai Impact. I just like the game allowed you to do it, because I swear, every time I do daily content, I lose all my stamina, so now I don't have any more content to do, because I used all my stamina just by doing the dailies and all the stuff. So suddenly I cannot play anymore. I don't have enough for the main story. The main story is really slow to begin. Like, wow, it's really slow to begin. The beginning is not good. It gets good, but that beginning is not good. The stages are not that fun. I feel like if you like Honkai Star Rail if you like Honkai Impact gameplay, you should definitely go play Punishing Grey Raven. Punishing Grey Raven is the same gameplay as Honkai Impact, but more polished and, you know, better thought out. Punishing Grey Raven has better gameplay. It's the exact same gameplay, but better. That said, I did enjoy that game mode that they have in Honkai Impact, where you get to play like a Devil May Cry minigame. That was fun. I enjoyed that a lot. If that was the regular game, I'd enjoy it far more. It's a shame that, once again, you are gated by time. You are time gated a lot in that game mode. And that's kind of my problem with Honkai Impact. Honkai Impact 3rd is one of the most time-gated games I have ever played. Like, wow. It is such a time-gated game. I could not handle it anymore. I could not play the game as much as I wanted whenever I wanted to play it, and that actually frustrated me a lot. Like, it's such a time-gated game. There we go. Nice. What a time-gated game that is, really. Seriously. So, if you want to play Honkai Impact 3rd, don't. Go play Punishing Grey Raven. If you want to play anything Honkai related, go play Star Rail. Unless you really like the waifus of Impact 3rd, like I do, to be fair. I mean, I downloaded the game for Mobius, I got what I wanted from the game. It's great, I like Mobius. I might one day play it just to see what the game is like these days. Let's see, any other gacha game that I played. So the point is, gacha games are flawed. If you're going to play a gacha game, be ready to face those flaws. But remember that gacha games will never be perfect, because they have those flaws inherent to them. Gacha games can only be good despite the flaws. They will always hold them back from being a truly great game, in my opinion. Exactly. The gacha system is what makes the game, the stamina and gacha are what makes the game so flawed, because every single flaw that the gacha games have are all because they want to make the player spend money, either on stamina, or, you know, progression, or, you know, characters, or anything like that. That's what everything in gacha games revolves around. It's all on that. Gacha games want to control your experience. And I decided I don't want to deal with that anymore, so I stopped playing gacha games. If I ever go back to gacha games, it's probably to play it for a day and then never again.
I am sure you do not intend to abort the mission, but I suggest you avoid combat
Because
for the
again,
time being.
I'm tired of playing, like, you know, flawed games like this. I think if you want to play a free-to-play game, there's far better free-to-play games that don't have these issues as much. I mean, if you want to play free-to-play, there's other things you can also do, but sure. But yeah, gacha games, I have a very big love-hate relationship with them, because I did play so many of them for so many years. And that's why I can say, all that I say about gacha is from experience. Is Punishing Grey Raven combat confusing by any chance? Think of Honkai Impact 3rd. It's basically Honkai Impact 3rd, but more polished. So if you know how to deal with Honkai Impact 3rd, you know how to deal with Punishing Grey Raven. The game is harder though. The game is harder, for sure. These days, I'm not as eager to try new gacha games anymore. I know there's a lot of new gacha games that have come out, new gacha games that are to come out, but I don't care anymore, because I already know what's going to be like. As good as the game might be, it will always have the gacha flaws. Always, it's always there. So I already know what's going to be about. Even the most generous gacha game has flaws, has problems with the gacha. Like even Arc Knights, that is such a wonderful, like, gacha game, is held back by many of its gacha mechanics and all that, and you know, systems. I feel like when you play gacha games, you tend to be conditioned by them. Again, gacha games are meant for you to... They're meant to kind of explore your psyche, right? They're there to explore your psychology. So the reason why gacha games are so addicting is exactly because they're exploring your psychology. Why they give you so much stuff at the beginning of the game and then give you less as the game goes on, right?
I know.
In the end, it's about money. Good games die if they don't sell.
Or is that just what you tell
In general, if you have a good game, people will buy it because they want to play a good game.
How pleased you are to chop away.
Otherwise, Elden Ring wouldn't sell any copies. If you make a good game and you market it well, people will play it. Very few are the good games that end up dying because they didn't sell well. Like God Hand is a good example. It's a game that is phenomenal, but it sold terribly. It was reviewed terribly by IGN as well. But it's a phenomenal game. The company died. The company that made the game died, and many of their developers worked on this game right now, Metal Gear Rising. They're in Platinum Games after all.
Yes, you aren't the only one to grow up on a killing field. War is a cruel parent, but an effective teacher. Its final lesson is carved.
But if you have a good game that's really, really good,
This world and all its people.
people will buy it. And keep in mind that games don't have to be relevant forever.
Religion is a joke.
They don't have to be relevant forever. I feel like that's a problem. I think there's also a lot of players that want an infinite game that they can play forever and ever and ever. Like an investment, right? And I feel like that's also an issue.
They are everything we pass.
Because games aren't supposed to be like that. I mean, if you're playing a live service game, that's what it's all about.
They become a carrier.
But I feel like games that are a complete experience that you can move on once you're done end up being better games than that are trying to be infinite with their live service mechanics and all that.
Fight nature, Jack. Wind blows, rain falls, and the strong prey upon the weak.
Don't get me wrong, I still play some live service games. Apex Legends is fun, you know, but Apex Legends never feels like it has the same issues that a lot of live service games have. I play Lord of the Rings Online. It's an MMO that I love a lot. I've played many other MMOs in the past. Live service games can be good. Gacha games just tend to be more flawed than usual. But again, a game does not need to be relevant forever. Not at all.
Don't be ashamed. It's only nature running its course.
As long as it sells enough copies, that's all that matters. And if you want to sell lots of copies, make a good game that people like. Don't be like Blizzard and other companies these days that are trying to, you know, are trying to cater to who knows who. Like, because nobody buys their games, clearly. Nobody likes the games. So who are they trying to sell the games to? You know? That's why I do applaud games like Stellar Blade. I haven't played the demo of Stellar Blade yet. But you know what? They're trying to make a cool action game, you know, with a pretty main character. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Market the modern audience. Who is the modern audience, though? Because clearly people are not enjoying it. Like, who the hell decided that it would be a good idea to make Tomb Raider no longer raid tombs? What the hell? The series is called Tomb Raider. Why would you make Lara Croft not actually raid tombs? Oh, it's because you want to you know, to steer it away from the colonial and past and all that. Then make a new game then. Make a new game. Don't do it with Tomb Raider. People like Lara Croft for who she is. Besides, I feel like this whole, you know, changing the direction of the game because of colonialism, I feel like that's also kind of silly. I'm sorry. It's like, bruh, it's a goddamn game. Let people fucking enjoy a game, that's all. You know who did colonialism? A lot of countries in the world. You know? The Iberian Peninsula also was colonized before, you know, it did its fair share of colonizing as well. You know, don't forget that the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, the Greeks, the Romans, they all did colonize as well, the Vikings as well, you know? And many other territories did too, you know? Colonialism is just a part of human history, it's part of the past. It happened, I get it, it was bad, sure, I get it, but like, don't be... I feel like this whole guilt of colonialism isn't the solution either. Because now you're just trying to, you know, force messages to people through entertainment. Why people just want to go out and play a game. People like looting in games. Of course the Portuguese man would say colonialism games, but that's not what I'm saying, it's just that... it's just that, like... Guys, guess what also is bad? Murder. Murder is bad, and yet we murder people in games all the time. Should we stop making violent games because murder is bad? I mean, fuck, people know that there's a difference between reality and fiction, don't they? Just because we like murder people in games does not mean we like murdering people in real life. Likewise, I can enjoy my fair share of colonialism in games, even even if I know it's wrong in real life, you know? Why do you think I play Civilization, or Nobunaga's Ambition, or all these grand strategy games that are all about taking over the world? Because it's fun to just rule your own empire and conquer the world. World domination is fun. You should try it sometime. I'm kidding, don't. Just keep it in games, keep it in fiction. Keep it in fiction. But like, there is a difference between reality and fantasy, and we don't need, you know, to change an entire game series that was known for something just to pass that message. If I ever played Tomb Raider, which I never did, I would do it to raid tombs. That's the whole point. It's like if they tried to remove jumping in Jump King. You know, if you play Jump King, you're playing Jump King for the jumping. That's what you do in Jump King. You jump, and you're a king. I also wonder why people are so trusting IGN. These days, IGN has been doing much better takes than before, but every once in a while they still have these ones like this. But in recent times, they've done better takes than before. Oh shit, right. Sorry, I think I know I'm getting my ass kicked. I'm trying to lock on with the wrong button. I think I'm playing Dark Souls 3. I just want YouTubers from my gaming news. You know, but I don't have a problem, to be fair, with these gaming journalists doing what they do, because it's like Asmongold says, it's the marketplace of ideas. People are the ones that decide whether their information is valuable or not, and if people decide, oh, what they say is bullshit, they're not gonna read what they say. That's why people these days trust YouTubers more, because the marketplace of ideas has chosen that, you know, YouTubers are more trustworthy than gaming journalists when it comes to video games. So that's why I don't think we should censor these journalists. Like, let them be. You know, the people will decide based on what they decide to consume. Snake Breather 666. Oh, I don't have more. Shit. Alright, fine. We'll just do this the old-fashioned way then. But I feel like there's so many feelings of guilt these days about like so many of the past of the history of humanity. I get it, those things are bad, but like you can't be held up by past guilt things that we aren't even at fault because we weren't even born that time. There were different times, and like, you know, blaming Europe for everything that happened is also wrong because like every single country in the world has done some shady stuff in the past, you know? European history, Asian history, African history, you know, Native American history. There's wars, you know, murder, and, you know, colonization and slavery, all, you know, in all their histories. It's just that Europeans just so happen to be a bit better than the rest due to technological advances. That's all. That's the only difference, is that Europe had a better technology that allowed them to be a dominant force. That is the only thing that made them do it, because I can tell you right now, if other countries had the exact same technology, they would have done the same thing. They would have done the same thing. But technically China never did it, because in China's case, even though China, a lot of technologies that exist in the world came from China. Like, China has been historically a pioneer in so many technologies. One of the reasons why China has never actually tried overseas expansion like that is because China is a country of plenty. They've always been seen as the middle kingdom that have everything. China has everything. When the Portuguese, I think, arrived in China, they actually had trouble doing trade with them because, well, nothing the Portuguese had interested the Chinese. Because the Chinese just had everything they needed. They wanted, you know? You need to keep in mind that China also had the Silk Road, and through the Silk Road, China was a very globalized country, you know? China has always been a very globalized country, even before Europe set out, you know, towards the sea. If you lived in the Sung dynasty of China, you know, in the year 1000, as writes Valerie Hansen, a historian, I think she's an American historian, I'm not sure, but she's a historian, academic historian, about, you know, usually focusing on China. She argues that China was actually the most globalized country in the world even before Europe set out on seas, because you theoretically had a connection between China and the rest of the world. The Vikings were doing already trades with Native Americans in America, and the Vikings had connections to the rest of Europe. The rest of Europe, on their own, they had connections to North Africa and Asian countries, and those Middle Eastern Asian countries would also connect to the rest of Asia and China, right? So theoretically, you could have a product come from all the way from North America or even South America and go all the way to China, technically, theoretically. Now that we don't actually have proof that actually happened, but theoretically it could happen. And that said, we do have proof that many products from all over the world ended up in China. Like you had for example, Iranian potteries in Japan, for fuck's sake, back then. Like from like archaeological finds of where people see like products from Central Asia in Japan, things like that, you can see that there's a lot of like stuff like this. Like people, I think there was also like records of like mass exportations of products from China into like Indonesia, for example, of potteries and things like that. Like, and I'm talking about like thousands upon thousands of like potteries being mass exported into Indonesia in the year 1000 and things like that. You had like merchants from the Middle East, from the Arabian Peninsula, sailing all the way from the Arabian Peninsula, sailing to China, and they had, Arabian communities living in China as well because of that, usually in the merchant class, right? And the Arabians themselves would do trade with the rest of Africa, right? Now, China never did those overseas colonizations. They did try go overseas once during the sea expeditions of the Admiral Zheng He, right? But that was the only time they did something. I guess during the times of Emperor Qixi Huangdi, the first emperor of China, they also tried to set sail with the goal of finding like a mythological island where they would find the elixir of immortality. Spoiler alert, they've never found it. And the first emperor of China would die of mercury poisoning because he thought that was the Taoist sages that gave it to them thought it would give him immortality. But guess what? Nope, you're not immortal, you're dead now. And but China also did a lot of conquests throughout its territory. I mean, China didn't start as the big country that it is. They expanded gradually throughout the different dynasties, You had the Xia dynasty. How do you retain so much obscure and important information? I like history, that's why.
Make it operational.
Ooh, splendid idea.
You started with the Xia dynasty, and the Xia dynasty, I mean, we don't know if it existed. Probably yes, it's generally accepted that it existed, but it probably didn't have many of the mythological, elements that it does. Then the Xia got conquered by the Shang. The Shang also had like many tribes around them that were kind of suzerains to those tribes, right? And the Shang got conquered by the Zhou dynasty. And the Zhou dynasty, that's where they came up with the mandate of heaven concept. Free time? No, I like learning. It's fun, and I also learn a lot of Asian history through university because I'm in Asian studies. That's what I do. I study about Asia, but a lot of it is also because I like learning. Learning is fun. High schoolers not liking history always confuse me. I kept telling him it's like gossiping about dead people. Yeah, I suppose so. But I feel like history is very good to know. Because I feel like the lack of knowledge about history is what causes the same kinds of things we tend to see these days about people having misconceptions about history, or assuming that Europeans are the bad guys and everyone else is good guys. Everyone in the world was a good guy, and then the evil Europeans appeared and ruined everyone's day. Meanwhile, the reality is that everyone was killing each other anyways, because that's human nature. People fight wars against each other, That's what they've always done. Want me to tell you about Korean history? Holy shit, it's violent as hell. Want me to tell you about Chinese history, holy shit, it's violent as hell. When we tell you about Japanese history, also violent as hell. And I could keep going and going on and on and on and on, you know. Native American tribes fought each other for control as well, in their own fair share of wars, you know. The Aztecs, they would go out to war to get prisoners of war so they could sacrifice them to, you know, to their gods so that the world wouldn't end, because they believed if they didn't have a sacrifice to their gods, the world would end. So they were, you know, they would go to war against other tribes, you know, so they could get war prisoners and slaves, and so they could sacrifice them. By the way, slavery is another thing. Slavery is present all throughout human history. It is not a European invention, you know? Europeans were very good at it, but so were other countries, honestly. Slaves existed in Persia, they existed in the, you know, in Muslim countries, they existed in Greece, they existed in Rome, they existed everywhere. They existed in China, they existed, you know, in Central Asia, you know, they existed in Africa. In fact, it was the African slavery by Africans that inspired Europeans to do their own fair share of slavery, guys, by the way. You know, the Portuguese, when they arrived to Mali, they saw how the people of Mali were like enslaving others, and they're like, "Ooh, this is interesting, we should do the same thing." And that's what got them to start doing slavery as well. Except they kind of went a bit harder, I'd say, because of, you know, they started doing it, you know, through the transatlantic, and then the Brits and all the others decided to do the same thing. Fortunately, the Portuguese were the first in Europe, I think, to stop doing slavery, by the way. So they were the ones that started it, but they were also the ones that stopped it first. But they were inspired by Mali, because, again, slavery towards Africans by Africans was common. Because guess what? The African kingdoms and tribes also fought against each other for wars of control. And guess what they would do with their prisoners of war? They would sell their prisoners of war as slaves, which is a practice you see all throughout the world. All throughout the world. The Chinese did the same thing to a certain extent. They also stopped after a while, but the Chinese the same thing. Oh, we went to war. We just beat our enemy and you have a bunch of prisoners. Well, I guess we can sell them. That's, again, it's what happened in history. It's just different points of civilization. These days, we understand that, you know, that slavery is bad, because guess what? Human rights exist, and that's good. But, you know, the standards back then were not the same as the standards today.
So that...
Indeed, you need...
Let me get...
Well,
So...
it is you will need in any case.
Yes, slavery is bad. Guess what? But there are no good guys in history. Every single country has done some shady stuff.
Use your enhanced AR to search for any unusual heat sources inside the walls there.
Have you ever think about people complaining about Europeans colonizing the Aztec areas and people responding to them, sorry, but the child sacrifices will end? Gandhi was pretty good. I've heard that Gandhi wasn't actually as good as people say. Apparently, he was very racist towards black people as well. When I talked about this with my South African friend, he told me a little bit about it, actually, because Gandhi spent some time in South Africa, by the way. And he would use like slurs against the South African peoples, for example. Slavery still exists now, but it's legal? I don't know, I feel like... By the way, guys,
That's my boy.
this girl is called Tejima Yu, I think. Is it Tejima Yu? Something like that. Wait, I have the name out here, just for everyone that's wondering. Yeah, Tejima Yu is the name. She's a gravure idol, by the way. She's a gravure idol and she's been on movies as well. That's who she is. Now you guys can look her up. Thank me later. I'm surprised slurs as a concept existed back then. I mean, this happened in, you know, in the last century. Gandhi is from the last century. How did you know that? I was curious, so I looked it up. No, Gandhi was not centuries ago. The Gandhi was literally last century. 20th century. Like that was when you know, British colonization of India ended. Last century. It's the reason why Indians fought in the First World War, and in the Second one as well, because they were there because of the Brits. They controlled India. It was the British Raj. So looked at him in Civ 5 and thought to myself, "Hey, looks like he's from the old Greek period." It's because of the robes, isn't it? Nah, it's just because he dressed himself like a monk. But Gandhi was actually... Gandhi had a British education, by the way. He's not a pacifist either, though. Gandhi is not a pacifist either. He's been very vocal about certain things. Basically, Gandhi is not, you know, as good of a guy as, you know, people like to say. And you know what? It's actually interesting how many Indians are the ones that are vocal about Gandhi not being as good as he may be seen. I've seen so many Indians say it themselves. The guys, don't get tricked, Gandhi wasn't actually that nice. Yeah, these days he's not very vocal. He sort of fell off, if you get what I'm saying. Gandhi is celebrated more so because, again, he's very much, you know, had a big impact in the independence of India from Britain. Now also, let's not forget that Gandhi mellowed out throughout the years.
Use your enhanced AR to locate.
You know, we can't forget that Gandhi also mellowed out throughout the years. Like, Gandhi wasn't the same, you know, his entire life. Like, over time, he started being less racist and mellowing out more and more. So, you know, keep that in mind. It's not like he's been, like, you know, 100% horrible from the day he was born to the day he died. Like, nuance exists, and context also does. Let's see. Aha. Over there.
There should be an electrical panel nearby. Use your enhanced AR to locate.
I know. I'm just looking for items. There's a lot of items around, in fact. There we go.
Excellent. Just one more. And keep on coming.
But yeah. To be fair, I feel like this whole guilt thing that happens with Europe and white people a lot, I think it suits the agenda of some people, so that's why they're also very, you know, it's in their interest to also keep this guilt going for their own agenda. I just feel like we should accept that human cruelty is capable by is capable by anyone. Anyone from any people, from any country, from every race is capable of human cruelty, regardless of who they are. So we should stop trying to guilt things for people, you know, people for stuff that happened in the past, you know. You can't change it, and the people today are not at fault for anything that happened in the past. Yes, maybe people today, many of them might be privileged because they were able to be born in better conditions than others, but it's still not their fault nor their choice. You can't fault them for that. All you can do is do the best you can with your current condition. That's just how it is. Trust me, there's always someone out there that lives worse than you. Trust me on this. At least you weren't born in North Korea. Like, come on. Yeah, at the end of the day, if you're someone if you're someone of ability and you try your best, and you are smart about your abilities, you can rise up through the ranks of society. People have done it in the past. People will continue to do it. And those who complain they don't want to change anything are the ones that will stay on the bottom. That's just how it is. I mean, it's not like you have to rise through the ranks of social class. You don't. Some people are perfectly happy the way they are, living simple lives. And you know what? That's admirable. Those are people that are able to be happy without needing anything exterior. I'd say those people are the ones that are doing the best. Wait, let's see. Wait, I still have one more, right? No, I think I'm done. No? Alright, most likely I have to follow this thing. Is that it? Maybe there's still one. Is there? I don't see it. Oh, yes, there is, over there. The feeling when I'm an oppressed class? No, you're not oppressed, but...
That should take care of security.
But at the same time, you know, you are demonized. You are demonized for things outside of your control, which I don't think is good. And then people justify that. You know, people are racist, and they justify, oh, it's fine to be racist because they're the ones who control society or whatever. Like, like racism is bad though. It doesn't matter to which it is. Like, I don't understand this whole thing that it's okay to be racist towards white people, as if that some way makes you a better person. When you forget that racism is discriminating against someone else by their race. You know. And don't give me the whole but systemic racism kind of thing. That's a different thing. But just because systemic racism exists doesn't mean that regular racism suddenly doesn't count, because it certainly does. And I'd say it's even worse, because it is regular racism that gives origin to systemic racism. You know?
Guidance.
No, keep them off. I needed this. What's most of it compared most this should...
If people finally realize that, you know, hating others because their skin color is different is stupid, I feel like a lot of these issues wouldn't be a thing anymore. Like, it's so easy. Like, guys, someone has a different skin color than you, that's all. It's nothing like crazy or insane, it's just a different color, it's just a different shade, you know. It's just a different shade of skin color, that's all. Like, why should that matter? It shouldn't matter at all.
You do not have to fight every enemy you encounter, right? Try and keep moving.
Ever seen that one clip about Morgan Freeman talking about racism? I have. And I agree with him. I agree with Morgan Freeman there. There are a lot of people that see racism in everything as well, for example. Like, there is a thing called liberal racism, guys. Liberal racism is racism by someone who supposedly tries to fight against racism. You know, like, for example, do you know how sometimes there might be people on the woke side of the spectrum that are really trying to fight hard against racism and they end up being racism as a result? You know, because they somehow believe that the minorities that they defend, you know, aren't capable of protecting themselves. Things like that.
Nice of them to blow open the door for
It's
me,
very
huh?
patronizing.
Idiots.
It's, for example, it's not just with racism. You see that in many different situations, like liberal misogyny. Like when you see, for example, like a woman say, "Guys, I actually do enjoy a traditional lifestyle," and some woke person will say, "No, she's just brainwashed." Like, isn't the point of feminism that you should allow the woman to choose what she wants? Then why the hell are you saying she's brainwashed just because she wants a traditional lifestyle? It's so dumb. Let her just choose what she wants. That's the whole point of liberty. So you have like liberal discrimination. You know, it's kind of like the horseshoe theory, where at some point you go to such an extreme in your views that your extreme views tend to be very similar to the opposite extreme views that you are against. It's kind of funny, not gonna lie. Okay, I'm gonna kill this one. There we go. But I feel like a lot of this happens because people don't think. I once saw a clip. I once saw a YouTube short of a professor having this like master class on free thoughts on critical thinking with his students, right? They were talking about J.K. Rowling because the student was talking about something about J.K. Rowling being seen as being transphobic, right? And then the teacher decided to ask him questions like, why do you think that? And the student said something along the line, I'm paraphrasing. He said something along the lines, well, that's because people say he's transphobic, right? And the teacher was like, yeah, but have you seen it yourself? Do you agree with that? And then the student was like, no, I guess not. Something like, again, I'm not saying it very well. You should try and look it up. I forgot what it's called, but I feel like a lot of it is a I think we have a free thinking crisis, you could say, where people go by what everyone says rather than what they actually themselves think. You know? Because turns out that student that was accusing J.K. Rowling of being transphobic, they themselves did not believe she was transphobic, you know? You know, they were just saying it because everyone was saying it, so we just assumed to be true, instead of thinking it for himself. Like, to this day, I still have no idea why people say J.K. Rowling is transphobic. Don't get me wrong, I've seen J.K. Rowling say a lot of idiotic things, but I still do not know why people say she's transphobic. I still want to see it, and every time I ask someone, they say, well, just go look it up. I'm literally asking for you to show me, because I can't find it. Show me, I want to see what you mean. I want to see what you mean. I'm trying to get myself educated, but I can't if you don't show it to me, because I'm not just going to believe it because people are going to say it. I like to think for myself. I'm not going to accuse someone of something, you know, just because people are saying it. I want to think for myself. Thank you very much. Because supposedly it was some kind of tweets that she did, but I can't find them.
Keep climbing like that. It will be much easier for you.
Yeah, she's against trans women in female bathrooms. That's the big thing that started it all. Was it? No proof that Rowling is transphobic? No, apparently there is, but nobody has shown it to me yet.
Keep climbing like that. It will be much easier for you.
There we go. So it's not that there isn't proof, I just don't know if it even exists, that's all. Because nobody wants to show it to me. Also, damn, he runs really slow there. I don't have the link, but I have no reason to lie to you, just giving you context, not asserting one thing or another. I just want to see for myself what has gotten people into such an uproar. Because people have such a vitriol hatred for J.K. Rowling, like, man, must be some really extreme stuff, you know? If people hate her this much, I want to see it for myself. Because why the hell do people hate her so much, you know?
Up now, yeah?
Unless it's like one of those nothing burgers that ended up being interpreted in a bad way, and then people start spreading that misconception, and then everyone suddenly hates her because it's what's popular to do. Like we see sometimes with other things. I swear, I feel like half of these controversies would not happen if minors were not allowed to have social media. Again, please ban minors from having social media. They can access it, they just cannot make accounts in it. Because a lot of brain-dead opinions come from 16 to 14-year-olds or something like that, I feel. You know, I feel like adults are too busy with their own lives to care about small things like this, you know? Everything exemplifying it is her being so famous. Having made something beloved from people's childhood and refusing to back down. I mean, don't get me wrong, J.K. Rowling has said like very idiotic things like, guys, Hagrid likes to fist people. Okay, she didn't say that, but it's stuff like that. Like people used to magic their poop away because they didn't use toilets. Like, you know, like we didn't need to know about that. We really didn't need to know about that. You know, too much information. But still. But yeah, I am very much in favor of like minors not having access to social media, because I feel like more than half of the brain-dead opinions come from a 14-year-old that for some reason is trying to give you legal advice or moral advice, even though they don't know what the world is like still. They just think they do. Sundowner was right though, yeah, he was. Kids are cruel, Jack. Sundowner was very much right. Kids are cruel, to be fair. Like, every time I see like Reb says this, do like a video of someone on Twitter, you know, making a brain-dead post or doing a list, a hit list, I feel like those lists are made by minors. I refuse to believe an adult that has responsibilities and actually, you know, has maturity is gonna care about doing such lists. To be fair, a lot of these posts and stuff have like very minimal views. They're literal nothing burgers. There we go. The thing that always pisses me off is seeing kids arguing with kid lovers on Twitter over their actions. Wait, by kid lover, do you mean, you know, the actual, you know, illegal, you know, thing? You're the last person who they should be interacting with. Ah, wait, I get what you're saying. Yeah, definitely, you should not be. Again, why I think minors should not have access to social media. They shouldn't. To be fair, I do feel like it's the parents' responsibility to control what their kid is doing on the internet. That said, this is one of those situations where I feel like the government should regulate kids' access to things like this. It's not... now, unlike some American senators, I disagree that the fault is the platforms. I disagree with that. It's not the platform's fault. You know? This should be the government themselves, you know, not allowing kids to have stuff like this. And it being the responsibility of the parents to control their own child. Because, you know, that's what the parents should do. Parents. It's their job, literally.
You can take that to the elevator.
I don't want government regulating anything. Parents need to get off their ass and actually parent. That's not gonna happen. And the only way that's gonna happen is if the government's regulated. But like I said, we've already discussed regulations in the past, and we came to the conclusion that, you know, we have very different opinions on the matter. You know, being European, I tend to be more in favor of regulations, because in Europe we have far more regulations in general. Being American, I'm more with my freedom. See, but that's the thing that I've said though. I do not feel any less free. I feel like, if anything, I am in the most free continent I could be in Europe. Sorry. I don't feel like I'm any less free than the average American. I really don't. Especially when in America you will easily be cancelled for something than in Europe. I feel like my freedom of expression is much bigger in Europe, personally. Because at least the likelihood of me being cancelled is far lesser. Because I am literally not affected at all by negatively. I can say whatever I want, I can criticize whoever I want, you know. You know, like, I can criticize whoever I want, I can say whatever I want, I can have any religion I want. I can literally do anything I want as long as it's not illegal. And the only illegal things is like stuff that actually affects other people negatively. Which you shouldn't do things like that in the first place. So I'm not any less free than Americans. I just am not. Like, countries in Europe are overall pretty liberal as well in terms of like being progressive and things like that, and allowing like people to do certain things like gay marriage and whatever, right? In Portugal, we legalize euthanasia, for example, as well, to give people the choice that people that are like in absolute suffering and pain and will not be able to recover from it, you know, the chance to have, you know, be euthanized. Because again, it's only for those extreme cases of extreme suffering of people that, you know, are not going to recover. You know, people that are like, you know, connected to a machine in the hospital and they'll never recover and they're in extreme pain. You know, we passed that. And we continue to be very liberal in many other situations, right? Please, for the love of God, don't become Canada. I don't think we will become like Canada, because I think overall, North America, and I specify North America, right? Both United States and Canada, I feel like they have a problem when they go a bit too far without thinking about things. I'm sorry, but it's what I see. Every single thing that goes too far, of cancel culture and things like that, always comes from North America, then spreads to Great Britain, and then it spreads to Europe. But by the time it spreads to Europe, it's already much weaker, because it went through a lot of different layers, right? So no, I do not think we're gonna become like Canada, because, well, we're different from Canadians, and we're different from Americans. And we're still very liberal, and very progressive in many situations. We just like to think about the measures we're putting in first, to see if they make sense, and to see if we're not going too far, you know? At least in general, that is. Obviously, there's gonna be some cases here and there that's not the case, but in general, that's the case. And when I say the Europe, I don't count Great Britain, because I feel like Great Britain is in the same boat as the United States and Canada, honestly. Again, usually these things spread from Great Britain. Wait, I think I shouldn't have done this. Shit. Like, I don't want to antagonize anyone from North America, because again, like I said many times before, there's a lot of really great people in North America. You know, talented, smart, sane. And I really do feel like the reason why things are the way they are is because powerful companies that want to make a profit, you know, are preying upon these vocal minorities. And they want to be seen as the good guys, so they end up doing whatever they want for the sake of acquiring money. Ah, there we go, over there. Which is why now that, you know, we're going a bit too far and people are getting pissed off, and more moderate people that otherwise would be all for like many of these progressive movements are getting a bit pissed off with how extreme we're going, and they end up pushing back now. Now my big fear is that some of these people are so annoyed with these extreme progressive movements that they're going into the other extreme, and they're going to extreme conservatism. And suddenly we have both extremes gaining power against each other. And I feel like less and less, if you are a moderate, both sides will only shit on you even more.
You can reach the server room via the freight elevator just ahead.
Because both extremes only feed into each other more and more. It's hard to be a moderate these days without people calling you a fence sitter. Even though, no, I'm not sitting on a fence. This is what I believe. I believe in moderation. There are more than just two sides, guys. You can have a third side, or a fourth side, or a fifth side. You know, one of the things that I like about my country is that we are not a two-party system. We have multiple political parties that people can choose to vote for. I feel like there's enough reasonable, moderate people to rapidly pump the brakes on the culture as it moves to the right. I just hope that that's exactly what happens before it's too late. You know, because I feel like sometimes extreme movements gain power when it's already too late. And especially when the conditions are desperate, it tends to be worse. People tend to become more extreme in times of desperation. It's the reason why extreme, like right-wing or left-wing movements tend to become more powerful whenever things aren't good in society, you know. Economy is bad, poverty is high, things like that. Those are like the best conditions to fuel extremism. The worse things are, the more extreme things will be. And people will not be stopping it because they're desperate for change, right? That's how you see a rise in extreme movements all over the world. People are desperate. They want change at all costs. Technically, there is some legitimacy to it, because back in old times, you see, you guys know where the word dictator came from. The word dictator came from Latin. It is a word that comes from the Roman Republic. The Republic, not the Empire, the Republic. Before Rome was an empire. I mean, technically it was, but they did not have an emperor. They were a republic with a senate and all that. A dictator would be a temporary supreme ruler for the Roman Republic during times of crisis, right? Specifically, in times of crisis, he would be elected as the dictator, and when everything was fine again, the dictator would step down, and Rome would go back to being a regular republic with a senate and all that. That was the origin of the word dictator, right? Because in times of crisis, having someone call the shots without having all the slowness of democracy, you know, was advantageous for the Romans back then. So there is legitimacy to say that in times of desperation and crisis, a dictatorship might be more efficient, and then when things are good again and the crisis is over, we can go back to a democracy because suddenly we can afford to have that slowness again. Because at that point, having the restrictions of a dictatorship is just unnecessary, right? Now, to be fair, I do not believe any Western countries at that point. Like, when I say times of crisis, I mean times of crisis. Think of something like Ukraine right now, right? Where they're literally in a life or death situation. You know, Ukraine technically is doing exactly that. They've declared martial law, right? Martial law means that it's a military dictatorship, right? And it's gonna be like that until Ukraine is once again, you know, safe. Martial law is basically exactly, you know, having a military dictatorship whenever you need it because of a war, right? It's a time of crisis, basically. No comment on Ukraine. I'm not gonna comment on Ukraine, but I'm just gonna say that it's what happens. Martial law is basically the exact same thing as, like, for example, the Roman Republic electing a dictator for a time of crisis, right? Like, I'm not commenting on the politics of Ukraine. I'm commenting more so on this whole, you know, dictatorship versus democracy kind of thing. Now, these days, the word dictator is not known for that, though. The word dictator these days is associated with a ruler that has all the power for themselves, and it's usually a permanent It's usually a permanent role where they hoard everything for themselves and kill and persecute anyone that's against them, and they're usually a tyrant and all that, right? But it didn't used to be like that during the Roman Republic. It is like that now, though. The world has evolved. It's a complicated thing. Well, I guess if there's a stream to talk about politics, it would be a Metal Gear Rising stream, right? It would be the best stream for that, huh? Where we can do it without holding back. Uh-oh. There we go. But that said, do you identify with Sundowner? Well, I'm pretty sure Sundowner is an Osagi. I guess we have that in common.
Losing speed. Scheiße, the tripods are interfering. Guidance, clear them out of the shaft.
There we go. That said,
Let them block the elevator.
I tend to like have a neutral standpoint in a lot of politics because I just don't want to deal with that, right? Because unless it affects me directly, I just like to be neutral. Because if it doesn't affect me directly, I just feel like I'm getting to things that I don't have to. I already have other things to worry about. Sometimes there are things that, you know, I'm neutral to, that I might involve myself with. But it needs to be something, I don't know, something that I personally care about. Like personally, that I have like a personal connection to. Like, for example, if some kind of crisis happens to Japan, I'm going by default care far more about it. Because, well, Japan is a country I want to go to, and it's a country that I love. So obviously, anything that happens to Japan is going to be to my concern far more than the majority of other countries, right? Yeah, when Shinzo Abe was assassinated, even though, honestly, Japanese politics is something that I'm not knowledgeable about, it's like, fuck, someone was assassinated, a politician was assassinated in Japan. I was all over that story, because, shit, that's a big deal, you know? And it's related to Japan. Now, if someone gets assassinated, if another politician is assassinated in another country, that's not a European country close to me, I'm probably not gonna care because that happens all the time.
They are deploying security from the top floor to the freight elevators. You pass to the server room leads right through them.
Recently, I feel like it's like I said, it's very difficult to be neutral and just, you know, stay in your own corner, minding your own business, you know. Like, I remember recently, especially, what happened with Scarla, without going too much into detail with that, because I'd rather not. What happened to Scarla? Scarla has a rule in her chat where politics are not allowed in her chat. It's part of her rules, her stream rules. Do not bring politics to Scarla's chat. Well, obviously, as you know, there is a boycott going on with Starbucks and things going on. And because Scarla was talking about Starbucks, someone had to tell, no, Scarla, don't do it, there's a boycott going on. And you know, Scarla obviously told them, you're gonna be banned because I don't want politics in my chat. It's literally just a rule in her chat. She does not care about politics. She does not want to involve herself in politics. Obviously, she was cancelled for that, kind of. She was cancelled for that. Because apparently she does not care for the issues that are going on. I get it. It's a terrible fucking issue that's going on, right? I get it. But like, you can't expect everyone to care as much as you personally do. It just is like that. People have different varying degrees of how much they care about an issue. I bet a lot of people that care about these issues don't care for other issues, like the Rwandan genocide, or you know, the civil war in Myanmar and things like that, or you know, the frequent child sacrifices that happen in Uganda, because, you know, yeah, that's a thing. In Uganda, you know, every time there's election time, there's like children that are kidnapped, you know, for rituals, for good luck in elections. You know, literal child sacrifices. And there's also like, yeah, literal witch hunts in Uganda. and other countries in Central Africa. Like, but they don't care about that. They don't seem to care about that, even though they're terrible things as well. Because, well, currently what's going on in the Middle East just seems to happen to be the trend. The thing that's, you know, that's the popular thing to care about. But if you tell them that, about those other issues that happen in the world that involve people's lives, they don't care about that. Oh yeah, let's not forget about North Korea as well. So, like, I feel like you could at least respect the rules that someone has of not wanting to involve themselves with that.
What I have here.
What
You know, Scarla has rules.
Yeah.
Her rules is, do not bring politics into her chat. You could at least do that. She's not against you. Just because she's not rallying around you does not mean she's against you, and I hate this mentality that if you're not with us, you're against us. I hate that mentality so much. Because that mentality is only gonna create more enemies for you. You aren't gonna get more enemies to you. Again, what happened with the Hogwarts Legacy situation? People started harassing streamers and harassing anyone that played Hogwarts Legacy. I literally saw people saying, this is how we're gonna see who's an ally and who isn't an ally, right? Guess what happened? You created more enemies to your movement. What? And now you just made things more difficult for the people that you're trying to help. That's like, I bet, like, you know, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of trans people say that the best thing you can do for them is not talk about them, because they would appreciate if you didn't ruin their reputation further with these stupid movements. Legit. Like, I swear, at this point I feel like a lot of minorities would rather not be talked about, because clearly people don't know how to defend them correctly. They just end up ruining everything for them. There we go. There we go. Shit. We don't ever know what's the truth of that situation too. It's complicated. I just feel like I'd prefer if people let people be neutral when they want to be neutral, you know? I get it. Being Switzerland is hard, and being neutral also means that it's seeing everyone as your enemy. But I feel like if you could just let people be in their own corner, you would probably not have half the enemies you would have otherwise. Oh, these perfect parries are so good right now. But again, it's like I say, I am almost 100% convinced that the people that do these harassments and campaigns and things like that, that make everyone look bad, are teenagers that think they're helping and they're not doing actually anything. Either that or they are terminally online, you know, adults. Like, bad things happen all throughout the world, all throughout history, but there's only so much people can care about. At some point, they become tired. At some point, they're more busy caring about other issues in their lives, or things that are more relevant to them. People have asked, recently, I've seen this pass a lot, why does Europe care so much about Ukraine than they do about, you know, stuff that happens in the Middle East? But it's easy, because Ukraine is in Europe, and it's close to us. Of course they're gonna care about Ukraine far more. Of course they will. Anything that happens close to you is gonna be far more relevant. America would probably be far more involved with anything that happens in Canada or Mexico than it does with something that happens in Central Asia, right? Or in Africa. Because close proximity matters to them. Close proximity matters to everyone. And there's nothing wrong with that. They're close to you, it could affect you, you know? What if a regional war ends up becoming a war that involves your country as well, for example? You don't want that to happen. That's why you care about close proximity. But again, you don't see many people talk about the Myanmar civil war. And why is that? Because Myanmar is in Southeast Asia. But do you know who cares a lot about that civil war? China. And why does China care? Because China literally borders Myanmar. Every single one of Myanmar's neighbors care about that civil war. Because they're their neighbors. Like, imagine you have a neighbor in your neighborhood, next to your house, that has like a domestic abuse issue or something like that. You would care far more about that than a case of domestic abuse in like some other country that's not yours. There we go. Oh well. Well, this is probably one of those streams that I do that if I ever get cancelled, it's gonna be one of these streams. It's probably gonna be because of this stream as well.
You are almost to the server room.
Don't disrupt the students while class is in session.
Well, regardless, I tend to think I have very moderate views about things. I just tend to be of the opinion that leave people alone, let people stay in their corner if they don't want to mess with things. Let people are just living their lives. Stop canceling people for opinions. Nobody's ever going to agree with your same opinion. Don't discriminate people because of outside factors outside of their control, like race. That's stupid. You're either with us or against us, the worst statement ever. Yep, it's the statement of someone who I guess doesn't mind making enemies.
We give their pleasure centers a nice big joke every time. Plus, they get a shiny new body as a graduation present.
But making enemies only hurts your
I chose this.
your cause even more.
They're kids, you son of a bitch. And kids are cruel.
Kids are cruel,
All
Jack.
people are by nature. They just lose touch with it as they get older. Start thinking they know right and wrong. That's
I wanna watch this cutscene again for the good old days.
This code of conduct, that
It's funny.
kids you can mold, manipulate it to performing all kinds of atrocities. And there's nothing like
You're
a
watching
good
this one
atrocity
because you connect with them.
or going. That's
My fellow Nosagi.
down. You just don't see the bigger picture, do you?
For the glory of Pekora, the queen of Pekoland.
Say you bring this whole place down. Waltz out of the rubble with all these precious brains. Nothing changes. All the guys in charge are long gone. And we've got offices around the world.
It's funny because again, Pekora is certified to become a kindergarten teacher. You know, she has a certification for it. So it's very funny that the war criminal in this game is also kinda related to children right now. When Pekora, the war criminal, also is certified to work with them.
Battle in history was all part of some big old conspiracy? Bullshit! War is just part of who we are. Why fight it?
Give war a chance.
None of this will matter in 3 hours. Demand for PMCs is about to skyrocket. Like the good old days after 9/11.
The good old days. Woo.
What are you talking about?
2 nukes wasn't enough.
Follow me.
I guess I can see why an American player would be so shocked about this sentence. But I feel like if you're not American, it doesn't hit as hard. Because outside of America, it's not as, you know, it's not as impactful towards us. Right? It's not like a point of sensitivity for a non-American. Ooh. There's something over there as well. I see it. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to do the DLCs today, so I'll do the DLCs some other time. We're almost done with the main campaign, though. I think. Right? It's spicy as hell in the US. Oh, I know. It's spicy as hell in the US because it literally influences, like, how paranoid you are about terrorism and planes and things to this day. It made a big impact. It was a huge deal in American history. Shit, how do I go there? There's an item there that I want. Ah, I think I know how. Happened while I was in school. I mean, it's terrifying. It's the reason why a lot of people hate planes today. I think a lot of Brazilians can probably relate to, like, them watching Dragon Ball on TV, and then their Dragon Ball broadcast gets interrupted by breaking news, and then they get to see, like, the planes go after, you know, go after the goddamn Twin Towers, right? I know there's a lot of Brazilians that are traumatized, like Brazilian kids that are traumatized because of that, because they saw that on TV during their Dragon Ball broadcast. God damn it. Sundowner is gonna have to wait for me. People hate flying because they're afraid of planes. To be fair, yeah, I suppose so. When I was a kid, I watched a documentary of a plane randomly falling on top of a random house. Ever since then, I've been very paranoid about planes. I hate that. I hate flying. I've never flown though, so I can't say. But every time, see, there's a lot of planes that fly over, you know, my university, and also a lot of houses that I've been. Because planes, you know, they're all over the place, right? I always feel like the plane is gonna crash on top of the building that I'm at. Always. But 9/11 itself is definitely more shocking towards an American, I feel. That's why someone like a Japanese developer could just say that line of the good old days, you know, after 9/11. It's because, again, they don't feel it the same way. But maybe if they were talking about something that's more sensitive to them, they would touch upon it with more tact, like Japan being nuked. Well, I say this, but then Shin Megami Tensei, Japan does get nuked twice, I think. And then in Guilty Gear it does as well. Can I go there? If I were to think of something that happened in Portugal, I don't know exactly what that would be. I mean, we had a very devastating earthquake, but it's been so long that it doesn't really matter anymore. It's been like almost 300 years since that earthquake, so we don't really care about it anymore. Can't access it? Wait, really? I can't? What's the point? What's the point then? What the hell? Fine. Fine. I mean, there is a ladder over there. Couldn't just I access it with a ladder? Alright, and an Easter egg. Portugal seemingly stays out of most impactful things on worldwide scale. We do. Historically, we tend to. Oh yeah. He's standing in the void. Wait. Wait a minute. But I can still kill you. Wait. Yeah. Leave no one alive. Yeah, there we go, we did it. That was gonna bother me. Alright, time for Red Sun. This is what's going to get you cancelled, sorry. my policy of leaving no one alive. But yeah, Portugal overall tends to be in its own corner.
How's this, Jack? We can play up here without damaging the merchandise. What happens in 3 hours?
I mean, yes, we did a bunch of colonizing, but we usually weren't at war with other countries. Except that one time where we were part of Spain. We became enemies of everyone that was enemies with Spain. So suddenly we were at war with the entirety of Europe.
Painful.
But we usually chill on our own. Alright, here we go.
Like I said, kids are cool, Jack. And I'm very in touch with my inner child.
He said it. He said the line. Look at that smile. Yep, you're gonna die quickly. You're too weak. You are weak.
Cooler than that, Jack.
Yes, I can. Nope. 2 shields? Gone. There we go. There we go. Only 2 shields left. There we go. And die. There we go. Easy. This boss is really easy once you get the hang of it. Let's enjoy the lyrics. Oh, shit. Wow, that was way too easy. What the hell? What a chump. I'm disappointed in you. That's way too easy, that fight. You have all your upgrades? I mean, would it really make that much of a difference? It doesn't have like any difficult mechanics or anything. Once you get the hang of the shields, it becomes super easy. He's super slow. Well, we'll see in very hard mode. Because in very hard mode, I'm not going to have my upgrades. You want me to play Revengeance? I mean, I guess I could. But I want to prepare myself a bit. Jumping into Revengeance immediately seems a bit... You know what? Fine, I guess I'll do Revengeance next. Fine, I'll do it. I accept the challenge. Next Monday, we're gonna do Revengeance then. I'll do very hard. I'll do very hard off stream. So I can prepare there. And you're done. And bits and pieces. There you go. Might as well do Revengeance while you're riding high. Indeed. I guess I can do the DLC ones some other time. I am very much afraid of Senator Armstrong in Jetstream Sam's DLC. He's really difficult.
Hurry. I know.
Like, he's far more difficult in the DLC than he is in the main story.
If something... Contact... Then we...
Yeah. We know about this.
Right.
We know about this. Armstrong will be your final interview for real. Oh yeah, it will. As for Wolf's DLC, nah, that, you know, that boss at the end of Wolf's DLC is really easy, like really easy. I even know how to do the stealth attack now. Right, this is a cutscene. We're gonna skip it. Let's do this quick. I think I have all the upgrades from this point onward.
I'm glad to see that you are all right. It's time you got out of Denver.
Alright, let's do this quick. Ah! No legs for you! No, give me the other one. God damn it. There we go. There we go. Also, by the way, I haven't started working on the Pippa guide just yet. I've been focusing on a Mario Kart video that I promised I would do in January about the results of the tournament. That one is going to be much faster though, because it's not going to be the same as the beginner's guide, obviously. I actually could have it done already by now if it wasn't for my classes and things like that. So most likely it'll either come out before the, you know, my classes end, or slightly after my classes end. Then after that, I'm actually gonna do the Pippa guide. I can expect you to take 3+ months to start Pippa guide? No. I usually tend to start them almost immediately. It just takes me a long time. Since I'm gonna be in summer holidays after, you know, after the beginning of May, I'm gonna have a lot of time, and like I said, all the time that I've been away from the internet, you know, in uni, has really increased my motivation to do videos so much. Especially after the result of the Kyla guide, where, you know, I think people were being very warm in the way that they were receiving me, right? It really motivated me super hard. Because the reception to the Kyla guide was really positive. Was really warm. But it reminded me of the stuff that I want to keep doing, you know? Doing these videos, and I have so many cool ideas for the future as well, beyond the beginner's guide. I want to do them. That too. All members themselves too. But overall, everyone was being super nice. The Chad Brat that was in Hall of Fez, he also watched the video. The developer of Delivering Hope also watched the video and commented. It was super cool. And God, Louie doesn't show up in your comments, sort of spurred out hardcore in response to her. I think it's because it's an English video, and I feel like the JP members are never gonna answer, reply to the videos. So I never expect any member, to be fair, to watch it. I think so far the only VTuber that I ever expected replying to my videos is Ollie. Ollie is the only one. Never, no one else. Everyone else was honestly a genuine surprise. Especially Kyla. Kyla I really did not expect. Because Kyla, I expect her to be far too busy grinding on stream to be watching my video, you know? So I was not expecting that. That's super fun though. Makes me glad. It's always nice, because again, like I said in the past, Any good reaction videos to your latest guy, by the way? Oh, there's a few, quite a few. There's a reaction video made by Kunshan, who appears sometimes here in the stream, so say hi. There's a video by Jace the Human. There's a guide by Sinister Charlie as well. There's another reaction to the guide by App and Live. So I think so far there's only 4 reaction videos to it. Dino usually reacts to the guides. He hasn't reacted to it yet. He usually takes a bit while to notice. So you have 4 reactions. That said, recently there was also another YouTuber that made a reaction to one of my Tenma guides. To my Tenma guide, right? I think I'm gonna link it because I'm gonna link it to you guys in the Discord because it was really funny because he's not a VTuber fan. This guy is not a VTuber fan. This is the first VTuber, guide he's been reacted to. The guy, he does reaction videos, but he's mostly like a... I think he's American, right? He's a bit on the older side. He's not really an old man, but it's like about getting middle-aged, right? I'd say he's like in his late 30s, if I had to say. Late 30s. And he does especially content about Warhammer 40k, right? So he's not at all into VTubers, right? He's not at all into VTubers. And he had some of the most fun reactions to the Tenma guides that I've seen. It was so much fun to watch him react to the video. Because you can see that at the beginning of the video he was kinda dead inside, like what the hell is this? But then when Tenma, starts flipping out, he starts enjoying it quite a lot. It was so much fun. I'll link it to it. Don't say that, you're making me feel old on the border of being old. Sorry. Oh, here's another one. This is a repeat though.
I can't believe this.
Old man reacts? I don't know, but maybe I think that's the one, maybe. That was a fun reaction. Ugh. There we go. He's reacts to the Fat Electrician bits. I love Fat Electrician. I always enjoy reactions by people that don't usually watch VTubers. It's fun to see how they're gonna react to this VTuber, Can I convert them? That said, I watch every single reaction video that's made about my videos. I watch every single one. If I can find them, I will watch them. Every time. Sometimes I even see the reaction videos as part of being included in a long stream, because YouTube tells me, right, when my stuff is being used usually. So I always like to appear and give a comment, leave a comment always, because it's always fun. Because, the same way that it feels good whenever a VTuber gets to react to my videos and leave a comment, I also like to do the same thing, and leave a comment about anyone that mentions me in some way.
I will mark the heading on your Soliton radar. Please don't kill me.
There we go. Oh, neat. Oh, shoot. But you guys think Pippa will watch the video I'll make about her? I wonder. Like, I'm so determined to make the Pippa video my greatest masterpiece, you have no idea. People will watch the video and not reply because she's socially awkward. True, maybe I should message her then. Just leave a message like saying, hey, I think you're cool. And that's it. Because like I said, I feel like Pippa is one of the most approachable VTubers, if I had to say. She is a VTuber that I could see myself talking to, you know? And I'd like to have a discussion with her. So I really want Pippa to watch the video. To get a conversation started. You know, if the press knows Sagi can do it, I can do it too. It would be cool just to talk VTubers with her or something like that.
Raiden, I will join you in Pakistan.
Yes, join me in Pakistan. People actually responded to a post of mine where I said she's cool and inspiring. She responded with a heart emoji. Aww. That's cute. Oh, shit. There we go. She also liked the picture of Louie I posted in the response to one of her tweets. It was very nice. She's a true Holo fan. I wonder if people would tell me to just make a guide on Watame already. To be fair, I'd do it. If people told me, I don't take requests, right? I don't usually take requests, right? But if people told me to make a video on Watame, I'd do it. Because again, to be fair, Watame is one of my favorites and I haven't made a video about her yet, which is crazy to think. Remember, if you really want to make her like you make sure to definitely don't do that. Definitely don't do that. Her Kamiyoshi is Watame after all. That's the reason I put Pippa in Watame's clan in Nobunaga's ambition for the streams. I originally had her together with Tenma and the other Face Connect girls, but I decided no, I think she would 100% choose to serve Watame. Alright, let's go. Yes, our rematch. Shit, I need to dodge that one. Damn, that's the first time I see him do that move actually. Doesn't do that much damage. Aha! Perfect parry. Shit, I missed that. Alright, now the fight gets harder now that he doesn't have a weapon. This. Oof. But yeah, I'd really like to network more in the future, to be fair, with other people as well. Because I feel like I tend to stick to myself a bit too much, you know? I tend to stick to myself a bit too much, I feel. So I'd like to network a bit more. There's a lot of really cool people that I'd love to collab with in the future. I mean, pretty much every single VTuber that I've talked about, or that I'd like to talk about. But even outside of VTubers, there's a lot of really cool creators out there that I'd like to talk to. I recently talked to the mod of GOT Games, Skid. He's a VTuber too. I think he's cool. He's very wholesome. he actually did invite me to hang out in the server with another VTuber called Astika, but I was way too nervous, you know, to join into a group because like I get too shy and timid, right? And I wasn't really, you know, let's just say that I have a hard time joining groups, you know, even if it's just for once, just to talk. I have a very hard time doing it because I get too nervous. I like to get to know people one by one usually. One person at a time is how I like to do things. You know, after a while I probably, you know, could assimilate. I mean, my current friend group used to be the same thing, right? Where my friends, I had to know them one by one before I could feel comfortable. And even then, there's a lot of people in our friend Discord server that I don't really talk to because they're not the people that I consider my close friends, right? I tend to be very selective with my friends. Yeah, only a few people I consider like close friends of mine. And so whenever that chat room in that friend group gets too big, I don't tend to join because again, it's too many people and I prefer small groups. Alright, there we go, this is done. Now we go for the last stage. Yeah, networking would be cool. Just so to get to know more people. It's fun. I think it's always fun. You know, whenever I look at Astaleda and I see Astaleda being this amazing collaborator who collabs with everyone and gets along with everyone, you know, and kinda contributes to this VTuber unity, right? I feel like I want to be the same. I want to be the type that collabs with so many people and kinda contributes to that feeling of unity, you know? That I always talk about. I really like to. I don't do a good job of it yet. Mostly because I'm nervous, but also because sometimes I feel like I don't think I'm still a good enough creator to be able to approach others, you know? I feel like I only make guides, right? And I feel like that's not enough if I want to stand out. That's why I want to go on with those ideas that I have for the future. But so far I feel like I still feel a bit inadequate, I'd say. Ah, that movie's so cool. Nice. People do enjoy my guides a lot, and that makes me very happy, because I want to continue making more of them. It's a lot of fun to talk about VTubers that I like. But I always wonder, are my guides really that good? You know? I tend to think a lot in terms of competition. And I always think about, you know, I tend to watch a lot of content creators from a lot of different communities, right? And I always look at other communities and the VTubing community in comparison. I feel like the VTubing community is still so young that there's still so many possibilities for the things that could be done in it, right?
Wait, why would
No, they're making.
And I feel like sometimes my guides are able to stand out a little bit, not too much, because they're still very much unknown overall, right?
There is no time to worry about the soldiers. Get to the control tower.
But I feel like perhaps it's just the fact that there's not that many people making guides, you know? That I can stand out. I don't know. I think about this sometimes. I am a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to my videos, and I'm always trying to make the best video ever, and I do tend to feel a bit unsatisfied sometimes with my stuff. Now, to be fair, I don't beat myself that hard, because at the end of the day, this feeling of insatisfaction is also one of my greatest assets. It's what allows me to always want to do better and better and better. But I feel like as of late I've been a bit unsatisfied because I think I haven't surpassed my best video yet. I believe my best video in my channel so far is the Melee Guide. I feel like the Melee Guide is the guide with the best quality and best entertainment value that explains at the same time about the VTuber, right? And I feel like I haven't surpassed the melee guide. Every time I make a new guide, I always try, okay, this one needs to surpass the melee guide. I always try to do that. I tried it with Gura, tried it with Louis, I tried it with Kyla, with Tenma, but I feel like I haven't surpassed the quality of the melee guide yet. So I'm hoping I can do it with Pippa. It makes me happy though that people do genuinely like the guides though. Sometimes I feel like perhaps it's just me being a perfectionist. And that my worries aren't unfounded, but I always want to make the next masterpiece, you know? I have a certain artistic pride that leads me to seek the best thing I can make. It makes me very happy, you know? When I can make something that's super cool, even if a lot of people don't see it, as long as it's something that I genuinely put a lot of work into and I feel like it's cool, I like to enjoy it, I like to do that. No, I can't skip. God damn it. God damn it, ah! I'm gonna destroy that RPG, whoever that is. Okay, best way to deal with these guys is using this. They get staggered by it, that's why. At least not the hammer ones, but the other ones do. Haha! Haha! Gotcha! I'm getting hungry actually. Definitely gonna eat a lot once I finish the stream. Fair, I didn't eat that much before stream. Maybe that's why. I ate a good old bifana. A Portuguese specialty. Ah! Nice. Alright, we're done here. Move on. We have all the items, so fortunately we don't need to pick up anything. Other than the health, I suppose. Actually, what time is it? Oh, okay, it's not that late. So I definitely have enough time to finish this. I don't want to take too long. Ow. There's still things I want to do today. Oh shit, come on! Oh shoot! Nice! I got stuck. That jump animation reminded me so much of Golden actually, wow. No hammer for you! I'm missing! You're mine now. Almost done with this. Let me go! Alright, this should be the boss fight now. I'm gonna skip, sorry. The cutscenes of the Senator take way too long. I don't want this now, though. Shit. I like this song a lot. Shit. This boss isn't as fun as the others because it's the classic wait until he does something and then you hurt him. Just like Maxer said. I actually rewatched the Maxer video again, the 2 videos. They were very nice. Come on, stay still! Damn, he's repeating that a lot. Aha! Take this! Actually, perhaps I should slash for longer. Hey, it doesn't take damage. Oh, I can hit this. Now comes the laser time. Laser time. Shit. Take this. Ouch. Why can't you have an actual evade, Jack? Come on, give me the thing. Nice, I got it. You're mine. All right, here we go. Well, I don't know Uncle Sam. Well, I do know Uncle Sam, but I don't know Uncle Sam. Ouch. Okay, I don't need to dodge, I can just run. Ah. There we go. Get over here. Ah, god damn it. Justice. Alright, stop with those lasers now. Alright, give me that. No! The thingy! It's gone. Alright, here we go with this again. Anytime this will end, and we'll be done. So we can go to the fun fights against the Senator. Oh wow, you can actually evade through that. It's called Invincibility Frame Senator. should try some. They're very nice. Oh, shoot. Aha! Okay, this does not do damage when I do this, so... Go, 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 go! And you're done. Unless the more hits I do, the more damage it does. I don't think... no, it doesn't. Alright, here comes the finishing blow. Give me that. Yoink! Now this is mine. Take this! Aha! You're done. I don't think I need to destroy it that much. And kaboom! I like that song a lot. It's a banger. It's a big banger. But it's much more fun during the DLC with Jetstream Sam. I'm sorry, Senator, but I'm gonna have to skip here. These cutscenes take a long ass time. And I'm very, very hungry, you see. Ouch. Forgot I'm not Jetstream Sam. Nope. Nope. Haha. I got you to the cutscene without... My knife, no! It's fine, who needs a knife when you have your fists? I challenge you, Senator. Here. Nope. 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 Woo! Nope. I got an actual evade now. All it takes is me losing my weapons. Fuck. That didn't work out very well. Alright. Senator, here we go. You know how this goes. Woda woda woda. Look, his shirt is taking damage. Slightly. My finger hurts. Gosh. Didn't know we were playing God Hand today. Stronger, Raiden! Faster! Stronger! Harder! He's... Look, we almost dealt 10% of his HP. That one did no damage whatsoever. Why won't you die?
Why won't you die?
Why won't you die? Nanomachine, son. Alright, this fight is really easy actually. Compared to Jetstream Sam's version, this is a piece of cake. Aha! You are very fast. You can dodge his stuff quite well. And he does not have the same overpowered moves that he has with Jetstream Sun. Yep, this is just fine. Oh, sure. Come on. Ouch. Come on. Woo! Nope. I don't think so. Aha! Where are you going? Come on. Come on, get over here. Alright. You guys already know how this song and dance goes. Oh shit! Hard mode is easy. It's not too difficult from normal mode, honestly. It really isn't that difficult. Oh, come on, I got that. The hell? Why is he so slippery today? Come on. See, for example, that thing, that fire. If you play Jetstream Sam's version, Sam's version, the fire lingers, and you cannot touch it. But it doesn't linger in this fight. It's also much harder to dodge his attacks in Jetstream's version. He's much faster. Faster, deals more damage. His grabs are more difficult to hit because he's faster and even jumps to grab you. Oh shit. No. Oh shit, I wasn't able to dodge in time. What the hell? Ha 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 ha. I have an evasion. Fuck. Shit, this is not good. No camera! No camera! Can't see shit! You missed. Get out! Get out! Nice. Staggered. Okay, he's gonna do the thing again. Come on, I can do it. I've done it so many times. We don't have any extra lives, so we need to make this count. We lose here, we lose the battle. Ooh. Aha! Take this! We're almost close in terms of HP. HP! HP! Ouch. Yeah, that move is way harder to dodge in Jetstream Sam's DLC. Way harder, and deals way more damage. And there's no prompt for you to get back. What happened to the senator? Did he lose something? Shit. No, I need my sword. I need my sword. Oh shit, I missed the weak point. Alright, I guess I'm playing like trash now. Wow, holy shit. Get out, Jack. Oh, come on. Nice. Ah, shit. Ouch. Man, I'm playing like trash. Come on. Okay, there we go. That's the lingering fire that I was talking about. But with Jetstream Sam, it happens from the very beginning. Nice. Nice. Okay, I need to be careful. My HP is... I don't have any more extra HP. Play carefully. Ouch. And that kick is always so fast. Ugh. Nope. Nope. Come on. I will not be defeated. Nope. Haha. You missed. Haha, interrupted. Come on, we're almost done. We're almost done. I cannot be hit by these rocks. If I do, I'm dead. This is where it counts. Do not fail where it counts. There we go! We did it! But the fight isn't over yet. I cannot screw up at the end still. Otherwise, I'm really gonna be dead. Never mind, I am completely fine. Ouch. Let me go! Nope. Oh shit! Nope. What the hell? Every time I'm aiming somewhere, my joystick changes it. Right at the end, like I said. Stop going down horizontal, what the hell? There we go. He's down. Okay, not yet. He still has some life in him. But not for long. Got your heart. There we go. And just like that, we have beaten hard mode. Alright, I guess next Monday we'll go for Revengeance mode. I'm gonna have to do this on very hard then. Or something like that. That's that. I don't think it's that difficult, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it is. I think I'd be fine even without the upgrades. If anything, it just made me do it much faster. But time is not a problem. That said, I think Revengeance mode we're probably not gonna be able to finish in one stream. It hard mode in another 5 hours. Congrats. Yeah, thank you. We'll go for Revengeance mode next time then. I am very hungry, so I'm gonna finish the stream right now. I need to go eat something and take a shower as well. It's really hot today. Alright. Thank you guys for coming. More Dark Souls Saturday probably. See ya then. Bye bye, sweet dreams. See ya.